I need to remember to grab the katana in this house, actually. Should be right over here. Where is it? Should be this room right here. Yep, it is. Alright, and there should be... Yep, that sword right there. There's a katana. Okay, now I have a katana sword now. Alright, so that case, we're going to go and put it on there. Boy, they really launch him up there, don't they? Alright, I'm pretty sure, yeah, we gotta go get the locks again. How many ammunition? It's already at 200, isn't it? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Which is fine, because I just get the laser anyways. So, I know first of all, I need to go the other way. Yeah, we're gonna go down that alleyway again. You know, there's actually probably something along this option I can probably take a look at. Yeah, what does that do? I don't know, I guess we'll find out here pretty soon. Ah, we gotta go down the alleyway. Hey Char, how are you doing today? Thank you for the flower. What are you up to this fine evening? Or, I guess I don't know if you'd call that morning, or I guess it'd be kind of more of the morning for you. Yeah, how are you doing, Char? What are you up to today? Uh-oh. There we go. Yeah. Sorry about the ads, by the way. Okay, so I can just melee finish those guys off by just hitting the X button then, huh? Still morning, just had a big sleep in. Ooh, that sounds pretty good mood for me. I ended up going to bed like immediately after I came home from work this morning, and I ended up sleeping a long time. So I understand that feeling completely. Alright, this should be the Beware of Dog sign now. Good news about doing this ending is I don't have to do either the Kaufman side quest or the Sybil side quest. I can just kill her. I think I'm in the wrong spot again. Yeah, I went too far. That's alright. Alright, so... Ouch. Gosh, what an asshole. So what's my option about aiming? Maybe it's self-view. I think that's what it is. There we go. There should be a gate somewhere I can go into. Oh, there it is. That's how you aim. That's helpful. There we go. Too bad I can't reach him. Alright, oh, we're in the wrong one. Yeah, we're in the wrong alleyway. So, was it this way? Yeah, it is. Okay. We're back for the ads, by the way. Nothing too major happened. I just ended up going the wrong way. Alright, so all I gotta do now is just go down the right way. This alleyway here. If I see any dogs or any nurses, I'm probably gonna start using a katana. There's this gate. Yeah, actually, I think that camera might work a lot better, actually. Yeah, I think I like that aiming better. So which way am I supposed to go now? Alright. Oh boy. I need to get better about my aiming. Because missing all those shots is going to really hurt the 10-star run. Oh shit, there's two of them. Have you considered not... you know what? Kind of surprisingly enough about that, no, I haven't actually considered that yet. But whenever I get to the 10-star run, obviously I'm going to be a little bit more careful about that. But for now, I'm still being kind of reckless. How you doing, by the way, Travis? Yeah, now I could probably go grab some handgun ammunition. Yeah, we're on our last ending before we start doing our 10-star run. If I end up getting this game done either tonight or tomorrow, we'll probably be moving on to Banjo-Kazooie because I'm pretty sure that is definitely winning on the poll right now. How's Metroid Prime 4? Boy, I can't speak today. How's that been? Is that worth the hype and all the delays? Delicious on an uneventful Saturday. Nothing wrong with uneventful sometimes, in my opinion. Serenity, how are you doing, Pro? Heather, how are you doing as well? Good to see you. It's not as bad as the haters say. It's got some problems, but as usual, the internet loves over. Yeah, because the internet, you know, because people feel like they can just be as loud and annoying as possible without having to have any kind of consequences. Ooh, Heather, you actually won. Congrats on the, being literally the first slot machine and the first win tonight. For Staryu, that is a free Pokemon sticker, I believe. Which Pokemon do you want? Yeah, I'll pull out the sheet now. Yeah. So yeah, we're offering free Pokemon stickers for wins for 3 Staryus on this board here. So you just let me know which one you want, okay? Yeah, congratulations. I'm going to put that there until you decide. I'm glad. Yeah, I'm glad that they have the slots as an opportunity for people to win things. I believe I have Eevee. Yeah, I have 3 Gen 1 stickers, so we should have Eevee. I'm going to double check for you now. Okay, Eevee was taken there. Yep, I got Eevee right here. I'll get Eevee set up for you now, okay? How's your night going, Heather? Yeah, I'll get Evie's sticker on here for you now, okay? Alright, for Evie, I think I'm going to put it next to Jake's Cyndaquil. Not bad, was off today, went to your cousin's baby shower. Congrats to your cousin. And, good thing you don't have to worry about all the stress of work, right? Okay. So, for Evie, we'll go ahead and show that off on the screen now, okay? Evie is going to be right there, next to Jake, Cyndaquil, and you're above Tyranitar and Charizard. So I hope you enjoy that. Congratulations again on the win. It was okay though. Yeah, I haven't been up that long, so it's been pretty okay. I've only been up for like 3 hours, so I can't really tell you wasn't anything that was happening. You know what I mean? Key will come on in. Hello to you as well. How's the retro achievements been going for you? Which I was able to actually beat Pokemon Emerald story mode yesterday, and then we ended up actually starting the Battle Frontier again. I'm already on the silver symbol for the Battle Factory. Also, Hailfire, another streamer you should be checking out. Let me give another shout out for Hailfire while we're at it. How you doing, dude? You beat Spyro 2. You're now playing some more PS2, and you did the Wii launch event. I didn't do any of the Wii event. I'm just not. I don't feel motivated to be part of the community. I just like to do my own private RA runs, and that's pretty much it. Man, I miss the Battle Tower stuff. Yeah, the Battle Frontier is really hard, but so satisfying to pull off. So it was really lucky because one of my Pokemon was really weak against, so I fought Factory Head Noland, and he ended up being weak to the exact Pokemon that I traded out for before fighting him, which was Combuskin. He had a Bayleaf that was weak to Flamethrower, and then he also had a Mawile that was weak against Sky Uppercut. So that was pretty convenient. Keep a thing for the Quiet Hello and the Flower. Yeah, how's everybody else doing? How's Minecraft been? Hailfire? Hopefully that's been pretty good. Yeah, the Battle Frontier, I really like it. What I'm going to probably end up doing is after I beat the Battle Factory, I am going to probably go finish up EV training Latios. And then I'm going to raise up a Metagross from the Beldum that you get in Steven's house. And then I'll probably start doing like the Battle Dome next. Because the Battle Dome I think is one of the easier ones. Yeah, Blaziken, especially whenever Infernape didn't exist yet. Combuskin, Blaziken, Firefighting, super good type combination. It's just a real shame that the best fighting type stab they got is Sky Uppercut. Although they also have a lot of good support moves, like they have Bulk Up, they've got Rock Tomb and Rock Slide if you want to use a move tutor, and they also have Thunder Punch, which is really cool. But yeah, I just finished round 4 of that run through. And I had Sceptile, Charizard, and Salamence. I recently finished Ultra Moon and haven't started the post game yet. The post game of Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon I thought were really good because you get to see all of the other. Well, I won't say if you haven't seen it yet, but I think it's actually a pretty decent post game. Yeah, I actually really like that one. Hello, Fox. Looking for the flower. How are you doing? There we go. I've heard good. Yeah, it's really good. Yeah, I won't say any more than that. I think it's one of the better post games, honestly. And, you know, it's got the battle tree like it does from the original Sun and Moon. Oh, jeez. There we go. But the Battle Frontier and Emerald and Platinum are probably my favorites. Because there's just so much different variety of what you can do. And the Frontier Brains aren't so bad because they actually have static teams, but just getting to that point's pretty tough. It has nice gameplay additions, but actually, it feels like a more bare bones version of the story mode from the Sun and Moon. I think Sun and Moon's main story is better, but I do think the post game of Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon is better. So I'm learning to just do a bit more melee hits on them. So you can just press the X button without aiming, and you can just do a melee kick. Catch Ultra Beast and do the battle tree was basically it. Yeah, and then I also felt like the main story stuff of Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon looks like whatever the Ultra Space Explorers, whatever you want to call those guys. I felt those guys were actually kind of pointless. I think I have all 3 keys now. I do. Alright, we are going to head back to the house. It basically, yeah, and then they also, the other thing I don't like what they did was Lusamine, I think that's how you pronounce her name. I think she was much better antagonist in the original Sun and Moon than she was in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. Because the whole story reasons why she was like that, it felt a lot more in-depth in the original game. Ouch. Oh, there he is. They tried to soften her up in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon to make her seem like she wasn't so bad. But her being bad was made the story have personal. Yeah, and the thing is, like, they were just so afraid to make, like, an unrepentantly evil antagonist. I don't know why they're so afraid of doing that now. Like, you know, there's no truly bad person. Even though that freaking Getsus already existed, who was already a piece of crap. They should have just gone full ham with Lusamine being an antagonist like that, in my opinion. I think she was a lot better villain when she had that going for her in the original. But then she's like, no, it was because of Nihilego poisoning her. Which, I keep forgetting Nihilego actually exists. That was the original rock poison type before Glamora made it cool. And then Gladion, I think Gladion's whole arc, I think, was actually a lot more interesting whenever he was openly trying to defy his mom, you know? Although, Guzma being a character was pretty great, too. I feel like he was more competent in regular Sun and Moon, too. And then, of course, Guzma having one of my favorite Pokemon of all time. Yeah, then he also, yeah, he says, like, what do you say? Y'all are stupid. That's what it was. Yeah, he doesn't say that because that location, he says, it doesn't exist in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. But yeah, Golisopod, you always gotta have props to that because Guzma uses it. Alright, I'm gonna try to use the katana on these dogs. Yeah, and his team was really interesting. Yeah, they were interesting. You know, maybe we better just use the gun. Hey, Nerdist, long time no see, dude. How you doing? I think I haven't seen you in a hot minute either. Yeah, let's just use the gun. Yeah, his pure bug type team is great. Yeah, he's got a Pinsir. He's got a. I don't think he has Ariados in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. He's got a Scizor though. Doing good. Been busy these past couple months. Hey, no problem being prioritizing for IRL, as we always say. All right, we've got to make our way to the house. There is a house. I don't remember what the rest of the lyrics of that song is. Yeah, we're just to reiterate for the people who haven't been in here all the way. We are for doing the last ending of the game now, and then we are going to do the probably try to do the 10-star run. But that's gonna probably devolve into me just doing like escape keys and just following a video guide, which I don't have a problem with that. If we end up getting that done tonight, we're probably gonna go do Banjo-Kazooie tomorrow. Oh, by the way, so yeah, I didn't talk about it yet. So there is at least one YouTuber. His name is Retbros. He had put on out a video for doing all of the achievements in A Bug's Life. And come to find out, he actually used one of my VOD channel videos as a reference point for, if you guys remember me doing A Bug's Life last year, went to a level called Anthill Part 2, and you have to get all of the green and the blue seed tokens in 65 seconds or less for an achievement. Well, come to find out, the method that I had developed doing an S motion, crap, that's my mom. All right, we'll tell this story whenever I'm done, okay? I'll be right back. Alrighty, I'm back. Anyway, what was the story I was telling? Oh, so yeah, they had put on a YouTube video of, yeah, they put out a video of doing the 100% in a bug's life, and I ended up getting a shout out because they used my VOD video as reference, which was really cool. I didn't even know that even happened until one of my Blue Sky friends, she tagged me in a post saying, JB mentioned in this video I'm watching. I'm like, oh, that's cool. So if anybody is streaming and has ever been kind of in doubt about putting out their VOD videos, like having a VOD channel, I'm saying VOD channels can be actually useful. Yeah, it's cool, isn't it? Yeah, that's exactly. Yeah, Sarah is the one who tagged me into that. That was really cool. So anybody who's ever any kind of had a doubt about, you know, uploading your VODs to YouTube, I'd say it's worth it. People could actually use that as a reference point. So, and then I checked the Retro Achievement forum comments. There are quite a few people who said JB Retro's video is how I learned how to do the achievement, which it is the hardest achievement in that set. So that was a pretty nice feeling. So, you know, not like I'm gonna be like, oh my gosh, guys, I'm such an influencer, but like, you know, it's a cool feeling. So that was a kind of a highlight for the week. Hey, Keen, what's going on, dude? How's the weekend been going for you? Yeah, I wouldn't have even known I got a shout out unless Sarah actually told me about it, which is really cool. Man, it's kind of like a small world kind of thing, you know. All right, we should probably head back. Okay. Retro Guru JB. JB's a sadist. He's getting more people to do a Bugs Life for actual hell. You know what? That is actually a very distinct possibility. Now that people see there's a method of doing that really bullshit achievement, that could be a complete possibility. Not saying that set in Bugs Life isn't bullshit, because it is bull. Also, I forgot to close my door. Hang on. Because I forgot my brother-in-law's coming over to sleep tonight. Weekend's been going pretty good. I was gonna go see one of my Twitch friends this weekend, but I apparently have some really bad tread damage on the outer rim of my front tires, and I have a schedule Monday at 8 in the morning to go get my tires changed. I didn't feel like I wanted to go on the interstate with bald tire treads, because that's illegal, and it's also dangerous, so. I mean, my tires rotated more often after the fact then, too. So, yeah. Yeah, just the front tire. The back tires aren't so bad, but I always recommend people get their tires changed in all four of them, so it's consistent. That's what I always recommend. I don't know where he went. Oh shit! There he is. JBB drifting with front tires. It's a possibility. Come on, dude. Dude, I hate these things. I probably took a lot of damage too, didn't I? Yeah, I sure did. Shoot it in the butt. Well, I'd like to. At least the groaners aren't so bad, the dogs. Yeah, these guys aren't so bad. Oh, look who's back. He's dead. Was this it? Yeah, this was it. That added kick. Yeah, it's a finisher for if you want to get more melee kills. It counts for a melee kill. Which, whenever you start doing your 10 start... Oh, is he alive? He is alive. It's a way to be able to get more melee kills whenever you try to kind of have to keep your kills close to each other on the 10-star run. You're gonna see me doing this a lot and watching a video whenever I do the official 10-star run, though. Yeah, I don't know. Assassin's Creed Black Flag. I think I would just rather just play the original game I already own, because who in the right mind would put out a battle pass for a game that's already been out for 13 years? You know, that's my logic. Why on earth would you do that? I mean, it is Ubisoft, so that kind of tracks. But that's my thing. Why would you want to pay more money for a game you should have already owned, you know? And Skyrim. I never tried Silent Hill. If you like survival horror games, you might like it. It's pretty good. I've heard it's a really solid remake if you ignore the microtransactions. Well, at least it's not in such a way where they make them the required, you know. The 1 million ports is insane. Oh, for Skyrim? Hey, it gives them more income while they're going to spend 30 years developing Elder Scrolls 6. Yeah, I can't exactly say that whole business practice is my cup of tea, you know. It's the same bugs too, if not more. Remember, it's not a true thing of playing Skyrim unless you see your friend boot the game up 5 or 6 times in a row. It already sold 2 mil copies black already. I'm going to assume you meant Black Flag Resynced. Is that Meta Shinryu himself? Probably is. Hello. Yeah, I'm not surprised. People complain about, you know, going digital only, but they buy Black Flag in droves, so I don't think people care enough about the whole physical disc only thing if they're gonna all buy I think Black Flag Resync, that's not disc, is it? Or is it actually digital only? Because if it is, and people are buying it, then that's a message that people are okay settling with digital only purchases. That's what I'm taking away from it. Yeah. Okay. So that's good. All right. Then I guess that's acceptable. GTA 6 is the first physical AAA no physical release, and people are gonna buy the crap out of that. You just watch. People are gonna buy the crap out of that. Get ready to buy more HD. What? Do you guys not have phones? I feel like there's a garbage bin I forgot about. There probably is. Yeah, that one guy whenever they were making that Diablo Portal mobile game, excuse me. He's like, yeah, this is just an out of season April Fool's joke. I think partially the problem with that is because these games are made by people who aren't gamers. I hear a dog. Oh, there he is. So, hey, what's going on, Doc? You're not in the game, Grand Theft Auto. Same. I mean, I like San Andreas and Vice City and the older games, but not like the newer ones. I'm pretty sure Sony specifically waited until GTA 6 pre-orders went live before announcing their plan. Oh, absolutely. Because now they can tell their investors that a digital-only game will sell 50 million. Yeah, and then their stock prices, their shareholder prices, it went up like 3% after that announcement, too. Yeah, that is confirmed they did it for the money. Yeah, there's no altruism in their part at all. Alright, so we're going to go back to the bus stop. When we get to the, When we get to the school, we're gonna start whipping out this katana out a bit more. And just throwing Molotovs everywhere. Do you remember all the cheats that you were able to put off in the older GTA games? Especially whenever GTA 3 was whenever these things are getting more popular. Was whenever, you know, cheats and stuff like that start becoming more popular too. It's because most investors and shareholders aren't. Yeah, because that's like the same thing as gamer journalists. Gamer journalists are failed journalists. They see production costs eliminate more profit for Sony as meaning more money in shareholders. Yeah, it's literally money. That statement that Sony put out there, what, about a week ago, Megan shared that with me. Yeah, it was literally what everybody was confirming in their mind already, which was money. They were literally just being Mr. Krabs. I'm excited about the new God of War game. Me too. It looks really good. I must be on the right side of the internet because I don't see anybody complaining about that, even though apparently that exists. They want to kill used game sales in retail. Yeah, because you'll have all these retailers put out games for, like, you know, at least 25 to 30% off. Well, now whenever they put it on, like, the digital stores, they have the full control over all the prices. I still have my copy of GTA 2. I got all my codes from Tips and Tricks magazine. So I always had these copies from those games secondhand from like friends and other like mom and pop shops, and they usually came with like a piece of paper inside the game cover box that also had the game codes on there too. By stating God of War Wafe will have a physical release. I The thing I didn't even realize at first about God of War Wafe is it's the one girl or the one woman from I don't know her name, but I guess she's what's her face on Daredevil, which, you know, maybe because the biggest argument that people are using against using her in that game is apparently that she just looks ugly in the game. I'm like, well, I mean, it's like it's a video game rendered graphic. You're not gonna expect perfection out of that. That would be the biggest thing that I've seen people criticize about that game. Deborah Ann, yeah, that's who it is. But yeah, that's the main complaint I have heard secondhand about that game is that apparently she looks pretty like hideous in the game graphics. I'm like, well, I don't know what you expect. Guest starring Tina Belcher from Bob Burgers. She's a great actress. Jessica from I've never watched True Blood. I know my sister loves True Blood and like Vampire Diaries and stuff like that, but I've never seen it. But if she already has a good rapport on that, that's good enough for me. Uh-oh. The people complaining are porn-addicted gooners who have never seen a real woman because they never go outside. No, they haven't. It's, see, I think what they end up doing is this is what happens with a lot of porn-addicted people is their expectations, or I guess their idea, they get so desensitized by being so addicted to porn and stuff like that. And I'm being serious, is if it's not held up to the standards of what they are already gooning about, then they just get so desensitized about it and, you know, are disparaging and critical about it. So I think that one of the side effects of a porn addiction like that is like was seriously something like that as well too. True Blood was really interesting, and the time skip last season was weird. Is it still going? I thought that show was already like over or something. Is that show already going still? Oh, okay. So it's already gone through. All right. So that's what I thought. Yeah, my sister has some very highly positive things to say about those shows. There should be a bus coming here. So the thing to deal with the groaners is always be backing up when you're fighting them, and they'll never be able to hurt you. Always be backing. I mean, that's a legitimately good strategy for those guys. The laser gun is really nice for these guys, though. Alright, so let's go inside the bus. We're gonna whip out this katana for the children inside the school. Yeah, depending on how well the run goes, I might just finish this game up tonight. Too frequent sayings on my stream. ABS. I have heard you say always be saving. I have heard that one. I didn't know about always be circling. Yeah, always be saving is so the reason why that sticks especially much in my mind now is so my sister and my mom had been playing the original Tomb, well, the remaster of Tomb Raider 1. But my sister had gotten to right before the Skion in the Great Pyramid. She didn't realize that the bridge right before the end of the level gives out after a certain timer. Also, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. She didn't realize that, so she ended up saving right before the bridge gave out and put herself into a soft lock situation. And my mom had spent several times during the playthrough already telling her to make several save files in case of a situation like that. Well, she didn't do that. And so she saved and soft locked herself, and she ended up having to restart the whole level. And I offered to play through that entire level just to get her back in her spot. And that took me about, I'd say about 20 minutes. So one of those statements like that is, yeah, you probably better start following. Thank you for the follow, guys. Welcome on in. ABC was more of an Elden Ring thing. A lot of bosses could be evaded by constantly circling them. I would imagine it's probably even more so for other of that genre. Whenever you have like an open, open gameplay and open movement kind of thing, that's probably pretty true. But that was a painful lesson for my sister to learn that you better probably have multiple saves. Oh crap! Dang it! I am so tired of these guys. But not Sekiro. Don't always be circling your blade. Yeah, and the thing is, I'm gonna have to remember how to do that as well. So that's gonna be a potentially big reminder for me, because remember, I still have a promise I'm going to have to potentially keep. Which, it has been about a week and a half since I put in my application. I have not heard anything since. So, fingers crossed still. But like I said, I've waited this long. I've got plenty of time to wait, you know. I think everyone's... Yeah, Jazzy's waiting. Beat's waiting. I don't know if Randy has gotten her 2 months, but I know she has been still working on it. Yeah, there's a lot of waiting around right now, which is, fine. It's just a matter of patience. Alright, okay, now I can use the map again. I think I'm also allowed to use my katana now. Yeah, he launches himself forward, which is kind of crazy. I don't know if this actually would be even an ideal place to... You know what? This is probably not an ideal place to use the sword. Reason why I say that is because their hitboxes are so small. I'm probably better off waiting until the nurses. You know what? I might as well just do it now, because for the nurses, I can just use a chainsaw. Yeah, Jazzy put hers in like 4 or 5 days after I did. I think Beat just put his in like 2 days ago. Alright, we'll have great children to worry about. We're going to try to juke these kids. Oh my gosh, I'm just tearing these kids up. The achievement is called Harry the Weeb. That's appropriate. Man, yeah, he really launches himself whenever he swings. That's really funny. There's only one thing worse than a murder: a child. No. Man, I'm just slicing these kids up. Oh, I guess these kids are dead. Wow, that actually did a lot of damage to me too. Alright, that's all fine and dandy. Okay, so we're just gonna just annihilate these kids with a sword. Alright, there's just a larval stalker in here I won't have to worry about. Oh my gosh, that's really cool. That's a cool weapon. Wow, these kids are also doing quite a bit of damage to me. But we're going to do the katana stuff now while we got a chance. There's a kid. Dang, this kid launches himself at me. There we go. That was simple enough. Man, that's hilarious. Harry the Weeb. Well, it's already 10 out of 30. Oh, another health drink here. Alright, I think we gotta go to the girls' room now. And there's another kid. That is really funny. Okay. Alright, the girls' room is one at the end of the hall. Oh man, 13 out of 30 already. Man, you guys are kind of doing a bit of a damage to me because of all this melee. When I get the 30 kills I need, I'll move back to guns. Alright, so let's go to the lab equipment room. Which should be all the way over here. Hey, Gin Sage. How's it going? Thank you for the flower. That's real nice of you. See, that first swing, whenever they do that lunge at me. Alright, I probably better check my health again. Yeah, I thought so. These kids are doing a lot of damage. See, I do the damage, and then they just... Thought about to. We are 10% left. We have to do the bad ending, and then we have to do our 10-star run, and then we're pretty much there. So we've got 6 more achievements left, which involves me getting 30 katana kills, getting the bad ending, and then getting a save with 8 stars at least, 10 stars, 0 to 1 saves, and 0 to 2 continues, which we might as well just do all 4 of those at once. Yeah, we're just running around slicing some kids up right now. You know, something something wholesome. This camera there, like over the shoulder, is kind of nice. Oh, that little sound they make. Ah! There we go. Yeah, I'm glad you're back at your hobbies. How have you been getting back into RA? Oh, I'm in the wrong spot. There we go. Yeah, I was talking earlier about how I am at 45% on my Emerald playthrough, which I am on my way to the gold symbol for the Battle Factory. Let me go to the library. Wait, this is not the library, this is the children room. Should be this door. Man, why did they get the chance to just grab me? I think if I hit him, they should stagger him. There we go. That's 18 out of 30. There should be something in here. No, I don't think so. Enemy staggering wasn't super common in the PS1 era. Oh, you have me there. Heck, even whenever you try to fight hunters in the original Resident Evil 1, how they do that jump and try to decapitate you, you can't even... They got iframes, you can't stagger them out of that. They don't take any damage until they're done with the animation. They did change that in the remake on the GameCube, where you can knock them out of it, and you can do some damage. I think we're going back downstairs. Oh, yeah, there we go. Okay, so let him just try to grab me, and then we can just knock him out of the way here. There we go. There you go. Hey, Stony, what's going on, man? Can I get a shout out for Stony Classics, please? How goes the FF6 playthrough, dude? Yeah, Stony's been playing FF6 on, I believe, the original Super Nintendo. Yeah, how's it going? Oh, it's locked. Okay, I can see I'll have to come down the other way. FF6 is wrapped up. Well, congratulations on beating Kefka Paluzu. Had a good time with it. I thoroughly enjoyed watching you grind through all those dinosaurs. Yeah, so you were in Dinosaur Forest fighting all those T-Rexes and the ones that could cast Ultima, which was kind of crazy. So, I'm trying to remember if you've told me what you were working on next. What are you working on next? This is the wrong hallway. You never got the hang of the Brachiosaurs are kind of rough. There we go. Earth. Oh, that's right. You are on Earthbound. Man, these kids are just getting wrecked. There we go. Yeah, so Alpha Protocol I've never played, but Earthbound, yeah, that was one of the games that was going to be on a sub vote for a little while. I'd like to eventually bring myself back onto that. Man, these kids do not know who they're messing with. Oh, I thought that was another kid. It's not. Yeah, the Sword of Kings drop is one of the reasons why I'm reluctant to try to get into the run there for Earthbound, but I'd like to try that eventually. Enjoying it so far. I like the auto resolve for enemies. You're significantly stronger than. It's a really nice quality of life change. The thing that I also appreciate about that game is the way that damage and healing works. Basically, your character's alive as long as the HP is still scrolling down. I think there are some fights that otherwise I think I saved myself with for that kind of mechanic and like understanding how it worked. I also really like how in Super Paper Mario they actually do a homage to Earthbound. Rolling HP meter was a unique mechanic. I really enjoyed it. I like the Super Paper Mario reference when you fight the Underchomp in Chapter 7. It's exactly a Earthbound reference. Oh, maybe another kid. 2 more kids. Oh, jeez. What is my HP looking like? Yeah, I thought I was getting ready to... I was like half dead. Sometimes just knocking those kids completely off their feet is really funny. This should be a regular room again. There we go. We're gonna go back to the courtyard. Come on, I hit him like 4 times. Are you telling me I hit him 4 times, he didn't go down? Well, at least we're at 28 out of 30, so we're already almost done. Alright, we're gonna head to the courtyard. The courtyard, they should have 2 more kills, and then we should be able to quit using our katana. Okay, yeah, these kids should have respawned back at the courtyard. I think I'm just gonna, yeah, like he said, always be circling. Come on. There There we go. So now I only have 29. I mean, I have one more to kill, basically. Roaming a school looking for kids to kill. Maybe Harry deserved to be in Silent Hill. Hey, it's okay as long as hey, the kids started it. They had the knives. Remember, we can just chalk that up to self-defense. And I say chalk as a pun because we're in a school. Hey, what's going on, Wingman? How was your week? Oh, we got more kids. I guess we do. Well, these are the last kids we have to deal with. There we go. All right. I'm going to go ahead and take an ad break because now we are at our 3-minute ad break. I'm going to go ahead and see you guys in about 3 minutes, okay? So hang tight. I'll play the BRB intro. So be right back.
Playthough.
Yeah, definitely worth 500 points because the Battle Frontier is kind of poopy like that. Okay, so we just got Harry the Weeb, so now we don't have to equip our katana anymore, which is kind of nice. I am going to be putting on a chainsaw when we get a chance of that. Have you seen the meme showing the main character, James Sunderland and Heather Mason being upset at the deaths of real people and Harry killing 100 people being like, emergency hammered? Goes, no. That probably sounds pretty in character for Harry as opposed to James and Heather, though. How's it going, Lollipop? No, I have not seen any such thing. Alright, we are going to go to the next room. Also, thank you for the stream streak, by the way. Yeah, it's going to take quite a bit of time to get all the achievements in Emerald. I'm 45% of the way done. Because I caught I caught Rayquaza pretty quickly. Alright, we need to go to the locker rooms. I can't believe you're streaking. But yeah, put your damn clothes on. Alright, yeah, we go to the locker room. Me wee hee hee hee. Now I can use a gun. There we go. I'm doing well. I did my first skydive. Ooh, man, skydiving has always been something I always wanted to try. My mom thinks I'm nuts for wanting to try it, but I disagree. Wait, I'm not opening that up. There's no point. The Battle Frontier requires a lot of... Yeah, so I did the speedrunning achievement. So, like, the speedrunning world record for all the gold symbols, I did that. So I've got a level 48 Swampert. I'm doing the Battle Factory. I have caught Latios, and then I gotta go get Metagross. We gotta get them all to level 50. I have a Leftovers and a Lumberry. I think the last thing I need is a... I forget what the last item is, but we have a Lumberry and a Leftovers. Because you get the Leftovers from the trash can from the ferry that gets you to the Battle Frontier, period. Yeah, I've done a lot of planning. My in-game time's like 9 hours, so I'm really not that. I've gotten there pretty quickly. Yeah, Metagross is good, Latios is good, Swampert is all... They're all good. That's kind of the team you want to use. Metagross is good because he's got Meteor Mash. Fortunately, early generations were pretty... Yeah, that's the thing about Swampert is you only have grass types to worry about. And then most grass types, they're ineffective against Latios and Metagross who resist grass type. So as long as you give them something that beats grass types like Aerial Ace, or like for grass poison types like Psychic, then you've got an answer for everything that Swampert can't beat, you know? And cutting their nails, yeah, no, they were eating a PB&J sandwich and kind of spilled a little bit all in the keys, actually. I looked at the Nintendo Today app and saw that Kirby Air. Yeah, I saw your post on that. Yeah, so you were not the first person I saw who posted about it on Blue Sky, but I saw yours. There was somebody else who commented I was 23 years old. And grass coverage was never very... Yeah, grass. You have like... I think the only good physical grass, or not physical, but like offensive grass move is Leaf Blade, and you're only ever going to see that from Sceptile. Sceptile, and then you'll see some good special attackers like Exeggutor, but they kind of use their Psychic, like their other stab option, as opposed to grass. I mean, you can make Sunny Day, Solar Beam, Chlorophyll work with Exeggutor, but that takes a little bit of setup. Yeah, there's definitely some very good grass types, but they don't use their grass stab that well. Energy Ball and above Giga Drain were a godsend. Yeah, I think Giga Drain is base 60 in Gen 6. It's a 60 base power absorption move with only 5 BP on it, so it's not very good. Yeah, Giga Drain is not nearly the monster it is later on. Even though I'm pretty sure it's still 5 PP. And then they also buffed Leech Life. There we go. And then you also have other good grass types like Rose Raid. Rose Raid ends up existing later on too. Rose Raid, and gosh, I don't think there are that many grass types that have higher base special attack. Executor and Rose Raid are both base 125, which is pretty good. I also recently saw the SpongeBob episode. Gosh, which episode is that from? I should be a SpongeBob expert, but I don't remember where. I know, it's like right in the background. Oh, that's right. When they're talking about the hooks, the hooks, the hooks. That's right. I remember now, young man. All right, we got to go to the boiler room. It's time to play hooky. Alright, now you go back to the courtyard and into that tower. Hang on, does this look dangerous? That's what it was. Yeah, he's got like 10 hooks in his mouth. He took a break. This aiming over the shoulder thing is kind of nice, by the way. Yeah, this. I changed it up. I gotta head out for the night. Nerdist, thanks for hanging. Also, I am very sorry I forgot to give you a shout out, guys. Nerdist also does Retro Achievements. Freaking kills it, by the way. So if you've been liking Retro Achievements, you'll like it over there. Yeah, have a good rest of your night. Thank you again for the good luck. I'm gonna really need it. 10 stars is gonna be rough. That. Kick him right in the nuts. Alright, we are going to go in here. Depending on how much time we've got, which we'll probably have plenty of time. I think I'm actually going to start doing my 10-star run. It's going to be a very slow process, but at that point I think everybody will have gone to bed anyway, so... Boy, those guys probably did a lot of damage to me too, didn't they? Yeah, they sure did. There's like 4 or 5 children here. I'm not dealing with that. Uh-oh. Yo, Via, I can't tell you how many times. So Jin was doing his 24-hour birthday stream, and I think I used your screaming Jin command for like, I think I used it at least 20 times. So I just want to just give you another shout out and thanks for that. Also, I saw you started a no sphere grid run of FF10 today. How far did you get on that? I had to get up to pee, and I saw you were on that earlier today. Yeah, I saw this. So how far are you? And I would love to be able to try. So for retro achievements, they have a no sphere grid subset run, and I kind of want to try it. But the fact that there are still like 3 or so bosses you could never beat on a no sphere grid run is kind of frustrating. You're on Ochu right now trying to get the HP sphere from that fight. Well, let's see. So you have no access to sleep. Well, he puts himself to sleep, but the thing is, he does that really large regen, so that's a problem. So, what if... Well, I'm trying to think of what you could actually do, because then you still have no development on your... Oh, you beat it repeatedly. Okay. Wait, so if you beat it repeatedly, he's just not dropping it. He just put himself to sleep, and I summoned Valifor right then. So then you can just start casting fire, and then he wouldn't wake up. Or Sonic Wings, you can just do delay on that, too, if he's not immune to delay. So, if the HP sphere... See, I thought that was a guaranteed drop. If it's not a guaranteed drop, what's the percentage drop rate on that? I didn't know it wasn't guaranteed. Because I think last time I played through it, like a couple months ago, I think I did get the HP sphere from that fight, actually. It's MP sphere, that's what it is. Okay. And then fire till Valifor gets overdrive, and then just get Ochu below 10 or 1,000 HP, so I can get the overkill. And you can also have both energy sphere and energy ray at that point. So energy blast rather. So energy blast would probably be a lot more useful for the damage, wouldn't it? The HP sphere drop is about a 1 in 8 chance. That's not as low as I thought it would be. See, a lot of those drops in that game are like 12.5%, I think, is what the low drop percentage is. So probably around the same thing. Also, Solo, how's it going, dude? Thanks for the flower. How you doing, buddy? You attempted for the HP sphere about 8 times already. I'm thinking how long it's going to take you to do even fights about a little bit later on. So even Sin Spawn Genox, that's there on the top of Kilika. How's that fight going to work? You've got tentacles to deal with. I've never done the no sphere grid run, so I don't know how you are going to get past the other fights. But Sin Spawn... Even Sin Spawn Gui would probably be pretty interesting to do. See, that one will be kind of easy, though, because all you got to do is just hit its head to stop the Venom shot from happening. So at least that's kind of nice. Can I get a shot for Solaskian, by the way? Besaid stuff was surprisingly easy. I would imagine the fight with the Sin Scales for the Sin Fin, I think that would be pretty easy, at least. Because at least for that one... all you gotta do is just keep one Sin spawn alive, and then the other one just won't spawn. Ooh, hope you enjoy your, Ooh, what do you got going on for your stream on Tuesday, Solo? It's chill as of right now, but everyone is saying difficulty starts to pick up in Luca. Right, whenever you're starting to have to fight bosses, like... Well, at least for, Chocobo Eater, you don't have to actually win that fight, right? You can just let him just knock you off. And then you use Gen a lot. See, I would imagine Chocobo Eater, at least you don't have to win that one. But the other problem is you get knocked to the old road, so you have to walk all the way back up anyways. It has become a popular one to use, and I went oops. Now, I wouldn't say oops at all. I'd be proud of that one. He tells me that I owe him a Jin sound command, and I'm thinking about trying to do something really silly for my Jin. I don't know what I want to do. So I could just do like, Jin! You know, just something like really stupid like that. But I want it to be memorable. Yours is really memorable. Ooh, yeah, thanks for the flower. How are you doing? Oh, wait, I can't even open up in there. Yeah, Gen 41 is one of the best. Maybe a siren sound. Oh, you mean the Gen? You just make it like a complete, like a foghorn or something. How am I missing my shots? Just get ready to clock out and go home. Oh, so you're getting ready. You're like right next, getting ready to clock out. Well, hopefully that's going pretty well. I think for the stream streak as well, Via. Oh, there's one as well too. Like Jin, 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 Jin. You mean something like that? I would do that. Yeah. So we're kind of going through really quickly. We're on the last ending before we started doing our 10-star run. Gen 1 and 2 are still my favorites of mine when using Succession because it actually does sound like Megan repeatedly saying Gen in exasperation. I think my favorite one to use besides 41 is probably 21. That's the one where I think it's Jill. She goes, Jin! I think that's one of my other favorites too. Because it just sounds really fun. I raided the Jin stream and told everyone spam Jin. You know, you should have made Jin 41 like your raid message. When every single person who raided in, they would have been playing the Jin 41 sound. It reminds me very much like just like a screeching monkey. It's really funny. It's just some goblin energy. All right, I need to go to the infirmary. So I still gotta make a sound. You should make it. You should totally make it a sound for yourself, like on your own stream. So anytime somebody just says that, which it should still say Gen 41, just to kind of keep the energy alive, then that's what it should be. There's should be another energy drink in here. There is. So what do you use as far as your streamer automatics? Do you use Stream Elements, or do you use like Mix It Up or Streamer Bot? I use Streamer Bot for mine, so it's pretty easy to set it to a user variable and make it for a specific user, and then it would go off whenever that sound. That's what I do for my VIPs when they want one of those. I have VIPs being able to make it so a sound alert goes off when they come in. Oh, falls in my neck. I use Stream Elements, but I have not figured out how to... oh, hang on. I think that's still another... Oh, no, that's this guy. I use Stream Elements, but I have not figured out how to set it up for a LTO of things still. So, I use StreamerBot. So Streamer.bot, I use automatics. Like, I think about 90% of everything that goes off for me is done automatically through that. And it's not really like an easy learning curve, but it's not like particularly hard. People wonder if you have to do some custom Java script in order to be able to get certain things to go off, and not really. So like some of my automatics, like my muted mic channel alert, or the Game Boy filter, or automatics that go off when somebody does a sub, everything goes in through StreamerBot. You use Streamlabs. So my Streamlabs, I use Streamlabs for the chat window that shows up on the overlay, and that's pretty much about it. Yeah, StreamerBot is wonderful. Yeah, Rare and I both use StreamerBot. I would agree with her on that. I think it's easier to use and mix it up as well. 5 years later, and I still get the two mixed up. No worries. It's when they change their stuff up. For PC, I used Stream Elements whenever I first started streaming. And then I quit using it because, especially during the evening times, it would be up in the air whether or not I would ever actually have anything working. So like somebody would raid in, I wouldn't get an alert. I would just have people just coming in just using a raid message. And then I wouldn't know who was coming in, who did the raid, or how many people, things like that. So Stream Elements I dropped because of that too. StreamerBot is great because it also integrates into your OBS very well. So you could set variables. You can set a thing to go off. Like for the channel point redeem, you can change a source to be hidden or non-hidden. You can change the delay timer for the hidden or not hidden to alternate. So like my muted mic command or the automatic, it goes off for about 30 seconds and then it switches it back in. At jbretro.com. Hi Benny, how's it going? Thank you for the flower, buddy. How you doing, dude? So that's why I do that. Yeah, like that. So I also have I have a timer on there that tells it when to quit. Yeah, how you doing, Benny? Yeah, it also has the slots. The only thing I need to do better about is seeing if my GPU doesn't get throttled sometimes, because I don't have a very good GPU, I'm pretty sure. So I need a stress test and see if I can actually say, like, it's like up in the air whether or not like a command or a redeem is going to slow things down. But it's just the fact that it works 100% sometimes is good. My GPU is... Mine is just so inconsistent because sometimes it works wonderfully and then sometimes it just completely just shits the bed. Ooh, handgun bullets. Yeah, I can't say that mine is consistent enough to really understand exactly how it works. MSI Gaming GeForce RTX 3060 12 gig 5 Gbps. Blazing morning, apartment sewage back to... Ooh! I got cleaned up during... Hopefully it didn't leave like a really bad smell for you there. So hi, Lagaya. Can I get some shoutouts for Benny's situation and Lagaya? I forget what my actual specs are, but I'm just using like a laptop. So it's not like anything, you know, particularly special. You know, I just kind of just make do what I can. I think what I'm going to do is whenever the partner application gets, ooh, actually let's go the other way. When the partner application happens, I'm going to maybe start doing some upgrading. So like I'll go to a new mic and maybe build another PC. Oh, jeez. Yeah, I better probably use that. I used a laptop for a while and then built my PC. The reason why I had not done anything differently like that, because I wasn't sure how much, if it was like a waste of resources, because, you know, getting your stream set up, it can become kind of expensive sometimes. I wasn't sure if I wanted to make it a money investment. So I think if I end up getting a success on the application process, I'm going to officially deem it a reasonable success where I would probably dump more money into getting a better setup. That's probably what I would do. I've been using the laptop to stream since my old PC died in 2022. Well, I know I have a lot of friends who used a laptop for like 3 or 4 years before they started getting their other setups done. My OG gaming PC was my first attempt at streaming 4 years ago. It crashed and rebooted during the first day. Now it's a streaming PC I got with a handheld. Well, I got a handheld streaming PC. I used to have a desktop, but then... Yeah, I used to have a desktop, and then that ended up not being a very good gaming PC at all, like especially because it was like HP. And HP stuff was kind of like very meh. Studying computer science helped me learn more about my specs. I could run a system information right now and remember what it was, but I mean I probably would obviously just do that later. But I gotta get more money first. I have a reasonable enough nest egg where I could take a few grand out of it and just like build my own PC. Because getting a pre-built PC has been kind of like a double-edged sword. You know, it's kind of nice to have something convenient on hand, but there's always like one very glaring shortcoming for a pre-built PC. Like this one, obviously the GPU likes to get throttled or it wasn't installed right, because every once in a while when I'm trying to do something, my keyboard will just die for a good 20 to 30 seconds and then come back on. So clearly whoever built this didn't do a good enough job. And then, yeah, that's the other thing about building your custom PC is you have all these rich people and scalpers trying to sell all their parts anyways. Hey, Jason, what's going on, dude? Jason, how goes the partner pushing? Jason, RetroAchievements, I believe, is partner pushing right now. I don't think there is any good thing that has been happening for all the pushing of AI, honestly. I'm just shouting out Jason. Sadly, you got sick last week. Oh, yeah, that's right. You haven't been feeling well. But you're going to still be doing that, though, right? Yeah, I was going to say, I wish you success on that one. Which, you know, I think you got this, though. If I, of all people... Uh-oh. I'm not trying to, like, sound arrogant. Oh, gosh. Come on, dude. I'm not trying to sound arrogant, but I think if I, of all people, can do it, I think anybody can. Alright. I need to use a shotgun. Absolutely nothing. Most of the companies who laid off the workers in favor of AI have actually lost money. Well, I mean, they made their... They opened up their can of worms, now they can lie in it. As the saying goes. These guys are... Wow. These guys are really annoying. I think you're... No, I know. I'm not mixing my metaphors on purpose. That's a joke that me and my parents have done. We decided to mix our analogies. Like one of his, it's not rocket surgery, or you open up your can of worms, now lie in it. It is really funny, though. I think the rooftop's unlocked now, isn't it? Yeah, we've been kind of just rushing getting this last ending done. I'm gonna be doing a lot of video references whenever I do the 10-star run. Because I don't know this game well enough to do that. We gotta go outside in the top left. The thing I gotta remember, there's gonna be plenty of kills I have to get in that 90-minute run as well. This particular camera angle is gonna be good because then I can start getting my going forward. Yeah, like that. We'll have a better camera angle. Oh, that's right, we're going to the courtyard. See, I'll have to do the video step by step and not have to worry about the map. Which I've seen some of the playthroughs of people doing the 90-minute run here. I think I got a better way of grasping my camera angles than anything else. I gotta play Silent Hill, but man, I am terrified. It's really not so bad. Well, it also, I want to chalk it up to the fact that I've played this game multiple times already. This one isn't so bad. I was a little nervous the first time I played it. It was about maybe 3 weeks ago. But this time, it's not bad. It's really not. Also, I'm checking my social media real quick. Yeah, I'll say the biggest thing you gotta remember is there are a lot of symbolisms in this game that they do not explain very well. So if you do what I do and just read like a story synopsis after playing the game, it kind of enriches it a little bit, I think. Yeah, this one's not so bad. I've heard a lot of people say And I have played 2. 2 is definitely a lot worse than this one. I also got to figure out how to play the OGs. You could use DuckStation. I mean, there are some people who are against emulation. Emulation by itself, I think, is okay as long as far as my standpoint, as long as you own the game and you're able to actually just rip a copy of it, like for your disc, then I think it's okay. There are some people who have their own reservations, but I say it doesn't matter for me. I know there are a lot of people I met online who are very like stuck up and elitist about whether it's emulation or hard copy. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, emulation itself is not bad. Piracy by getting the game that when you don't own it, that is piracy. But just playing it on a emulator with the copy of the disc that you already have, yeah, I think it's totally fine. Although this game is getting harder to get, the original here, because it's getting pretty expensive. Yeah, I have a policy of playing games I own. Don't let Koreans catching you. Yes. Yeah, I think, yeah, South Korea, I believe you go to get prison time for that. No, I have heard of that before. I think it's not just Korea. I think, like, some laws in Japan also prevent that, too, actually. Different rules in different countries. Is he not dead? No, he's not. Yeah, but what if I want to play Panzer Dragoon Saga and not own the game? You can figure about paying $1,500 for that game. Forget about paying. Yeah, some games, which is why I think whenever you have companies, especially whenever their licensing issues is not a thing, a real big deal, about how they just don't release games that everybody wants to play, but it's like super expensive. Kind of like, you know, Skies of Arcadia. Which is very hypocritical because South Korea steals copyrighted music all the time for their entertainment. Yeah, it's all about double standards. Rules for thee, but not for me. If you're the one making the rules and stuff like that, they don't care. Alright, we gotta go to the locker room. Emulation is necessary for preservation because a lot of games never get re-released in this release, especially for games that never got put in the U.S. Yeah, there's a lot of games in the U.S. that never got released. Like Mother 3. Mother 3 is a pretty good example. Or again, like super expensive games like Skies of Arcadia. Ew, it's Riku. They put bugs in him. What? You have that on a Dreamcast. Oh, the original Skies of Arcadia. I don't know how expensive the original is, but I know Legends is like $300 on the GameCube. That is much more expensive than the original. I played Terranigma in English. Granted, I have a reproduction copy of the game. Yeah, Skies of Arcadia, I would eventually like to play that one. I would like to play Terranigma again, too, actually. Gabe Newell has even mentioned that Steam doesn't see piracy emulation as a problem for Steam because of the service they offer makes it so people don't need to. Piracy happens when the service isn't meeting their needs. Yeah, their needs, not even necessarily about a specific game, but whenever you're having people have more issues with, you know, like the old digital state that the PS5 people apparently have been really on fast track trying to make a PS5 emulator. Yeah, also, yeah, it's fine. It's fine, Travis. Yeah, I heard today that people are fast-tracking PS5 emulation because they're not going to have to worry about, you know, just doing digital only, you know. Every time I see a bug in game, I'm reminded of my ex-wife waking me up at 2 a.m. to squash a spider. No, you go in the middle of the nightmare school in your dreams and your ex-wife is just crawling on the floor. Yet they allow awful DRM. That is strictly because they want to protect their interests. Which, speaking of that, I guess they had DRM, or kind of like, you know, a always online DRM they had for Black Flag Resynced. They cracked it 2 days before the game officially came out. So, yay for the people who did that. I also played the Slayers RPG on emulator with an English translation because it never got released here. in the States or had a reproduction copy. I'm thankful for reproduction copies on paper, but the problem with reproduction copies is there are a lot of very shoddy jobs that people have done with reproduction copies. Like sometimes you'll have the card, the battery not set right, and the game won't work properly. And which is why I support if you can try to get an actual copy of whatever you want to own. Good Old Games is DRM free at least. That's also one of the reasons why I think SimCity back in 2013 killed themselves too. I think Max's, yeah, they really killed themselves as far as that game because EA forced them to have always online DRM, which is why that game didn't go very well. Yeah, and Gabe Newell is right though. It's whenever customers are basically getting told that the developers, the publishers, releasers, that their business is not appreciated, basically. Yeah, whenever they're doing practices that are very anti-consumer, people are going to resort to whatever they can to get past it. Alright, where does that end me up at? Okay, over here. Shoot. Sony has flush any good. Yeah, and then they had the audacity to try to put more... Uh-oh. They've had the audacity to keep trying to put social media. Did you see that? They tried putting more social media posts in, and then wow. Everybody put like, I think they got more community notes on there than, I think they got ratioed, and then Sony was actively trying to get rid of the community notes. People just kept putting more and more on them. Hang on, I'm gonna see if my, I think my brother-in-law just came in. Give me a second, okay? No, I think they're already settled in. Yeah, I know my brother, hello. He's got work in the morning. I think like 7 in the morning. But yeah, Sony is just made by people who hate you and want your money. That's basically all that is. Yeah, they resent you for not giving them more money. More shotguns. You know, I should probably equip my shotgun now. We have the split head coming again. And 116. I think all three console manufacturers have been making terrible decisions that are not consumer-friendly gaming because it's made by people whose priority is money. You know, which that's one of the inherent prerequisites for running a business is making decisions for money. But whenever it's money, priority, and anti-customer, consumer basis, then that's where the disaster starts happening. Yeah, it's all about making the shareholders happy. The thing is, I don't think people are doing enough. People will always settle. So whenever, well, I mean, not everybody, but they are saying they are getting mad about there being no physical disc, but then people are still going to be buying enough digital. So I think it's either they aren't doing enough, or there are too many there, or the people who are being upset about the physical media are the vocal minority. Because if digital games like GTA 6 and all that are going to be selling a lot of money, then that just proves that the majority are still in digital, whether we like it or not. A $1,000 plus PS6 with no physical capacities and ease is get free. I think for most people that would be the case. I would, well, maybe I have. There's no reason for me to think whether or not it's a majority of people who are doing that, but you would think that would be enough people. That would be a deal breaker for most people. But again, people, there are always going to be somebody out there, but they are willing to settle with that. See, that's the thing about just a lot of things in life is people are just not willing to be uncomfortable enough to go without, you know? Like, oh, well, you know, no physical disc, but I gotta have this game. So people, I think, there's going to always be people who are willing to undermine the effort by being willing to settle. Yeah, that's always going to be the case. And I'm not trying to be pessimistic here. I'm being realistic when it comes to humans. Yeah, I don't fit the mold of wanting to spend $1,000+ on my console too, but there are a bunch of like children and younger teenagers who get entitlement issues. They would gladly do that. Now I understand how this fight works. This fight's not nearly as bad. There we go. Hmm? To eat or not to eat? If you're talking about that lizard that almost ate me, that's a pretty good point. But I'm sure you're probably talking about like eating. I do, yeah, I recommend food. I recommend eating a big bowl of hot dogs. And then drink a big old thing of hot dog water with it. Don't do that. Hot dog water probably gives you diarrhea. There is a point that most of the general public will turn based on what? See, I think people always say statements like that, like being like, I think this will happen. I need like actual, because I want to be like, optimistic about it, but I don't know the how willing people are going to be to settle. It's become a very successful 360. It killed all the momentum and stuck Microsoft in a bad place. I still think they haven't recovered from it as a brand. Consoles over $1,000 be a death knell for current console gaming, yet some people will buy it. But overall sales, as we'll be seeing the current PS5 and PS5 Pro. I mean, optimistically, I'd love to be able to see that. I'd say it's too soon to tell for me to want to make a statement on that. I want to see what's going to happen when that happens, I'd like to see that happen too, but... Also, yeah, don't apologize, dude. You're good. I won't promise I'll read the paragraph out loud, but I'll read them. Yeah, no apology necessary. I gotta go to Kate Gordon's house. It's not the house here, is it? No. It's down the alleyway. I should probably put my laser back on, because I think that laser it saves ammo, and it's better killer for the birds. I'm playing Pokemon Emerald. Yeah, I'm playing Pokemon Emerald Retro Achievements. I'm doing the Battle Frontier right now. Yeah, I already beat the champion 2 days ago. And it's been going pretty well. I'd say about 9 hours on my playthrough, which is really not bad at all. Yeah, I got my PS5 ready for Sekiro, because eventually I'm going to have to start playing that. Oh, that's right, I gotta go through this way. We have to go through this house. Yeah, I'm glad that you're enjoying Black Flag, though, really. That's why it's in the power of the gamer, Not my cup of tea, but... Yeah, I think I'm going to be doing the Sly Cooper trilogy, like, back-to-back. But I'm going to give Banjo-Kazooie its due, because it's winning by quite a bit. Alright, we'll have to go up the alleyway. To no one's surprise. Yeah, I had thought maybe, because the original choice I was going to be making was between Banjo or Donkey Kong 64. But in my opinion, that was a foregone conclusion too, because Donkey Kong 64 is not seen nearly in a positive light. Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, Banjo is freaking murdering. Sly is a more niche following compared to Banjo. I would have figured that Donkey Kong 64 would have been swept too. I don't think almost anything that I would have put up against Banjo-Kazooie would have won. Although if I had done Mario 64, had not done the Retro Achievement support, I would have probably put that in too. But I had already done that, like, one of my first games back in 2024. Which, there is an option called Encore Mode. Like, I can do games I've already got 100% on. So they offer Encore Mode so you can get the achievements all over again. But it just didn't feel very productive for me because I already had gotten the points for it, So I haven't the foggiest idea if people would want that or not. I'm gonna get another drink when the ad break hits, by the way. Sometimes it's nice to replay a game for your own enjoyment. Yeah, Mario 64, that would have been a great retro achievement game. But the thing is, though, it's like before I realized that people actually really enjoyed watching me do the sets. I mean, I could always do Mario 64 DS. I mean, that's also an option, too. Yeah, remember, we have literally countless options as far as RA games. I'm kind of glad you aren't playing still. I have a giant backlog, and watching you play would want me to play through the whole series. I just don't have the gaming bandwidth at the moment. I am partially, so what I do is I put like 30 or so games on my want to play list on RA, and I just go down the list, and the Sly series happens to be on that list, so we'll play it at some point. The thing is, I don't want to, because I'd already beaten Sly Cooper 1 on stream. I didn't want to just jump into Sly 2 whenever other people had not seen the RA. Oh, hello. Had not seen the RA for Sly 1. Because I want to be consistent as far as my, like, the games that I play on RA. So eventually for Tomb Raider 2, I want to do that on stream. Also, welcome back, Serenity. Alright, we're going to get the chainsaw. That's just a no-brainer for the nurses. And it's Spectrum. Hi, Spectrum. Thanks for the flower, dude. How are you doing? Can I get a shout for Spectrum Branch, please? Yeah, what's going on, dude? What's going on, buddy? Alright, yeah, we're gonna get that chainsaw. Chainsaw is just a no-brainer. Just been getting some dings. Oh, very nice, dude. How is the retro, not the retro achievement, but how's the you know, the doohickey? If I go, oh, I went the wrong way. How's the archipelago been? Yeah, that's what it is. I was like, I know it's the word. Oh, hello. I know it's the word. But yeah, how's the archipelago again? So I've been BK for 4 days. So you need Carrie in Mario World in order to beat the game, because you know you have to have that in order to throw those Mecha Koopas at Bowser. But you also need those to grab keys and go through the keyhole exits. Well, Carrie is in, I think, Nerd Code's game. And being able to run with Mario, it's in my game. But it's in Funky, which is the last level in the special zone, which you can't get into without Carrie. So whenever I get Carrie, I'm just going to beat the game and do the rest of I'm just going to unlock the rest of the game. But yeah, Carrie is what I'm waiting on. Yeah, Megan says she pinged at Nerd Code. Nerd Code is he's the one I'm waiting on. He's playing FF6. And Carrie is what I need to beat the game. So she apparently pinged and said some people need to do some checks. Alright, now we go to the church. Yeah, I've been BK for about 5 days, too. And I know Nerd Code had been playing FF. You know what? Actually, what am I? Am I waiting on anything in particular? Hang on, I'm checking the BK now. Yeah, he's connected, but... Yeah, he hasn't gotten a check in 123 hours. So, yeah, we're still waiting. That's okay, though. That's all good in the hood. Yeah, I have been BK for about 5 days. About 120 hours as well. But there are the chain of like 4 or 5 checks that rely on each other. I think once of those are unleashed, we'll speed up for... Yeah, I know. I think I'm in that chain, right? Yeah, I need Carrie to unlock Progressive Bow and the Ruby for Fire Red and Leaf Green. The Progressive Bow, I think, is in Black Shores? Ship of Arcanian? I know it's one of the two. But I've got to get Carrie from Nerd Code to get the Progressive Bow for Blackshore. And I think Blackshore also is waiting for the Ruby from me. Which all the levels that they're waiting on me for, I can only get in there through keyhole exits. So... Yeah, Carrie is a big essential part of my game. It's so interesting to think about what they randomize in these games. Since Vanilla Super Mario World, you always... Yeah, so I only started with... so whenever I started the Archipelago for SMW, I only had Jump and Walk. Thankfully enough, people unlocked the 4 Switch Palaces for me quickly enough, and I got Yoshi pretty quickly. I wait a little bit of time to get enough progressive items for Cape, but Cape gave me a few checks I was able to unlock, and then everything else I literally cannot get to without run or carry, because I am thoroughly BK'd out. Okay, so we have an ad break coming. As I always encourage people to take a break as I do, I'm going to fill myself up with beverages again, and I will see you guys in about 3 minutes. So, be right back.
The unrelenting call of the wild courses through my body. The tremble of these fingers cannot be stopped. The real me.
Oh, the weird intro there. Hi, welcome back, guys. Alright, we're going to continue onwards. I think I am going to be trying to do the 10-star run tonight. But it's going to be a very slow process. Alright, so now we need to go to... Keep going up. We need to go to the gas station. Oh, he's dead. Hey, Pearly, welcome on in. How are you doing today? Good to see you. What are you up to right now? We're kind of just chilling out right now, playing some Silent Hill. I'm probably maybe going to be beating the game tonight. I'm not sure. Yeah, I hope you're doing all right. All right, we need to go to the... just came home. Ooh, been going from a run, huh? Yeah, I was going to say, spent a little time outside myself. It's kind of a bit storming going on this weekend, though. Yeah, anything interesting happened with the run? Alright, we need to follow the corner here. Yeah, we've been going through these different playthroughs of Silent Hill, and... I hear a dog. Oh, there he is. I've also been kicking dogs, I'm afraid. The good news, we're getting so many shotgun ammunitions. It's really hot and humid here now. So running starts to be pretty tough. So what kind of routine do you have going on? Like, do you have like a whole bunch of like planned inclines going on for your runs as well too? Whenever I was not going outside and doing exercise, we still had a treadmill here in my apartment. I was doing a lot of inclines because I wanted to actually start building up the calf muscles. But now my job requires me to walk a lot, and that's been kind of going out pretty nicely. I try to do what I when I go to the gym too. I haven't had a treadmill in a long time. What I work on now is well, my relatives are using the spare room as a sleeping spot because they have the air mattress up. But I have some adjustable weights. So I do mostly like sets of like leg and curls. I'm also trying to run intervals and such to mix things up too. I need to do some more running. I'm pretty sure my endurance is probably really crap, so I need to build up some more endurance with my running. I think my so we're going this way. Yeah, I'm not gonna fight things over here because there's like 5 or 6 of these air screamers. Yeah, I've been working on my arms and my legs mostly, but not anything like my core. I've been kind of working a little bit on that with curls, but I haven't been doing planks for a while either. So I need to do some of those too. I know a lot of folks say walking is just as good, it doesn't harm your joint, but I just love the feel after a good run. I look forward to what I'm able to drink afterwards. I think one of my favorite post workout drinks, I just like a big old, no, not big old, I like just like a little bit of chocolate milk. And I like mixing a little bit of creatine powder. When I was still really big onto that, I'd mix creatine powder into my chocolate milk, and that's what I did. Yeah, so that's typically what I looked forward to whenever I was doing it. But then I was getting a lot of getting a lot of counts, like step counts at work, because I'd be going back and forth between the actual QC room and then helping out in the forklift, having to walk all the way across, which was to get a good oh, I'd say you get about maybe 100 steps in for each way, so 200 total for walking there and back. We gotta go to the police station. And then we start seeing rompers. Oh, he's dead. Have you played Silent Hill before, Pearly? Not a particularly bad game, if I may say so. It's been pretty enjoyable. There we go. I usually walk to work during my morning, but I get lazy on my way home. My workplace is only like 5 minutes away. I guess I could walk if I wanted to, but not in these conditions. Oh, there he is. Like 1999 or something like that. You should do a replay of it. Well, remember also the remake is coming out next year too, so you have that to look forward to. Maybe have a bit more of a modernized. Oh, there he is. There we go. Having a bit more of a modernized playthrough for it too. All right, so that thing's dead. I'm not a big fan of rompers, honestly. These things jump like frogs. Yeah, this game came out in '99, I think. Oh crap! What does that do for me as far as health? Okay, I should probably use one of these. Yeah, as far as like survival horror, I think I'm liking this more than Resident Evil. But I gotta desensitize myself to the modern horror games first. Scare. Hey, I was the same way before I played horror games. I wouldn't have anything to do with them. But whenever I started playing games like Dead Space, that really helped me as far as getting used to it. Yeah, this one. Have I played? Yes, I have played Clock Tower a long time ago. This was before I knew that the original Clock Tower was a Super Famicom game and not in the States. So I had gotten a ROM of that, the Super Famicom version with an English translation back in the old days, and I played that. That was really enjoyable. Although having a little goblin boy with a pair of hedge trimmer scissors, I thought was really supposed to be really stupid. No, it's not. It's actually pretty terrifying. And then the big baby that is in that one place. But yeah, Clock Tower series. I also played a Clock Tower series kind of game called Haunting Ground. Have you ever played that? Haunting Ground is really good. Did that really reach him all the way over there? No. Wait, he definitely went off. A lot of good. What are your favorite horror games? If you, I know horror games is kind of one of the things you have to like desensitize yourself, as you say. Do you have any particular ones that stand out for you? For me, I think Dead Space is probably one of my favorites. Alright, we're going to the hospital. Silent Hill stories, I definitely love the series. You definitely love the stories in them. I remember, so I don't know if I remember telling you, I had a. So my dad had played the remake of 2, I think sometime last year, and he was so invested into that, only just be super ticked off by the time he was watching the credits. He says eventually he has to play the game again and intentionally try to kill James, which, you know, knowing what you would know about Silent Hill 2, I wouldn't blame him on that either. So I've been kind of slowly and steadily getting myself back into the horror games. Been really enjoying this game a lot. Yeah, we're gonna ignore those groaners. And of course, a game that was going to be playing besides this was going to be Resident Evil. But in a way, I'm kind of glad Resident Evil won the vote. I think the next survival horror games I'm gonna probably play. Maybe try. Well, maybe put Luigi's Mansion on here, because that's a lot more innocuous. And then probably try to play Medieval, which is a great game. Hey QP, what's going on, dude? How's the RA runs been for you? Yeah, I saw you've been earning quite a bit of points actually. Yeah, we're actually almost done with this set. We have this playthrough, and then we have the 10-star run to do, and then we're gonna be done. But yeah, I've been noticing your run-throughs lately, which is really cool. I am also currently 45% done with Pokemon Emerald. I have gotten through that a lot faster than I thought I would. I did a couple of Spyro games after the fact on the GBA. Those are pretty fun. Yeah, those are some enjoyable ones. Yeah, QP does a lot of retro achievements like I do. Now we go to the doctor's office. Right across. I recently mastered Super Mario's. Oh, I did see that. Yeah, you were talking about the original. I saw you master the Coin Collector, which Lethal Lava Land and Tiny Huge Island, both pretty tough levels, aren't they? And you're also working on Mischief Makers. I'd love to be able to. Whenever I do the next vote for Mischief Makers, I was going to put it for either that or Quest 64, which you wouldn't think that Quest 64 would probably be winning, but apparently there's a pretty big fan base for that here on Twitch. Yeah, I want to eventually do Mischief Makers, because 100% is very satisfying to do. Lethal Lava Land, Tiny Huge Islands. Well, the thing about Lethal Lava Land, it wasn't so bad until you get to the volcano, and you have those bullies that you have to basically just knock 30 feet out off the air and then jump after them into the lava. Alright, we're going to ignore the optional side quest here because that just involves getting the good ending, the plus ending, and I don't have to do that. So we're going to ignore this. Yeah, and then Tiny Huge Island sucks because of all those tiny Goombas and the hit boxes that you have there too. Yeah, we don't need to go to either of those rooms now. I thought there was some roaches in here. Oh, there it is. Yeah, Lethal Lava Land. I also think that there was another level I thought was kind of tricky. I'd say Rainbow Ride's pretty tricky too, but at least the only thing that you have to worry about as far as coins there is the Lakitus and the blue coins. So they're kind of tricky, but it's not nearly as bad as the other two levels. Alright, so now I go to the elevator. Is that Fishy? Hi, Fish. Thanks for quite hello. Guys, if you haven't been following my friend Fishy too, Fishy has been doing playthroughs of 100% on Super Mario Sunshine, so you definitely be checking her out too. If I have a mog, I get a shout out for Fishy, please. The worst part about my Lethal Lava Land run was I actually successfully got both bullies coins my first try. And then you die. Oh, no. I know exactly that feeling. I think that happened to me the first time I did that too. But yeah, dude, that's totally understandable. Thank you for lurkies. Also, good luck with League. Hopefully you end up getting all the wins that you'd like. Also, let me give you a shout out, of course. Yeah, enjoy your lurk. Yeah, go follow Fishy. Yeah, I'm going to check something real quick, and then I'm going to do that. So all we have to do now is just get the bad ending on this difficulty, and then we'll be able to do the 10-star run. Oh, thanks for shouting out Fishy. Yeah, Fishy's been working on 100% in Sunshine, which those blue coins are, they're a bit of a pain in the butt. Alright, so now we gotta go to the elevator to get to the next spot here. This is where the nurses start coming in too. You know, I could very realistically get this done tonight, and we could start Banjo-Kazooie tomorrow. As long as the 10-star run doesn't like end up being like totally disastrous, you know. As long as I keep just doing that, then it won't cook my time, which is really good. Yeah, we've got Banjo-Kazooie on the docket next. So we've got that going. If we end up getting the application complete, we're going to be doing some Sekiro. And then I feel like I'm going to be doing Final Fantasy X too after the fact. Because we've been kind of working on that. Getting to more Final Fantasies. I'm thinking of what I want to put on the vote after this. I think I might put the vote for FF8 versus Xenogears. What floor am I on? I got one. Okay, we're gonna put the chainsaw back on. Yeah, Banjo-Kazooie was like a pretty easy set too. The only thing that looks difficult is having to beat Gruntilda without taking damage. That looks like the only tough part. I think it was a 7-stream trick as well. Yeah, so I was having, I think it was Chromogram that was warning me about how difficult the set was going to be for Pokemon Emerald. And I think the only hard thing it's also going to be is just completion, like getting all the furniture and all the dolls for your secret base in your room. Yeah, that's an Endure Gauntlet. How long is that fight? Because if I remember right, I didn't have that much difficulty with Gruntilda. There's also, it's going to necessitate having 2 playthroughs of that game, because one of them is requiring beating the game without getting any kind of honeycombs to upgrade your health. So we'll have to worry about that too. Yeah, I remember... Man, it always gets me. I remember having some difficulty when I first played that fight, but I remember it not being that difficult. This should be room 304. Oh, there's a health drink. You know what? I think I forgot the health drink here last time. Yeah, we can't do anything about this right now. This is until we get to the end of the game. So we gotta get to the 3rd floor east wing, so that'd be all the way toward the end here. Storage room is right behind me. I checked the actual set for Banjo-Kazooie. It doesn't look particularly difficult besides beating Gruntilda damageless. I mean, of course, there's some natural things that are difficult, like Gobi Desert and Rusty Bucket Bay. But at least it's going to be probably a relatively quick game, too. I need to go to the room 306, which is all the way up here. Alright, now go to the 1st floor. No, she's not dead. Oh yeah, she is. Never mind. Alright, we gotta go to the 1st floor. I think the only other thing to watch for is the Mumbo tokens. There are apparently yeah, there are a few missable ones. I don't think I've ever actually gotten all the Mumbo tokens, like, completely, because there'd be no way to know. And I think it's actually kind of an odd number of how many Mumbo tokens there actually are. Holy smokes, it's Kevo. Hi, Kevo. Hey, Raiders. What's going on, dude? Spyro, welcome on in. Strawberry. I see there's some good streamers as well, too. You're playing some Nier Replicant right now. Tell me all about that. How was it, dude? Congratulations on having another successful Dokapon Kingdom stream, by the way. So if you guys haven't followed Kevo Loco 5, he plays Dokapon Kingdom. He's been playing some Nier Replicant and also plays a lot of Final Fantasy games, too. But yeah, welcome on in. If you guys have not met me before, my name is JB. Hi. I think I pretty much know everybody over in Kevo's community. But if you've not been in here before, we're playing some Silent Hill on the PlayStation 1 still. We are getting our last ending for tonight. We are almost done. And we're going to probably try to go for the 10-star run tonight. Nier went nuts. Got to a time skip. I don't think I've ever actually... So I've played Nier Replicant. And I have played Nier Automata. And I liked both of them. I didn't realize that there was actually some RPG elements to the game because I thought it was just like one of those just like Souls-like platformers kind of things, but it looks pretty fun. Yeah, I have a reasonable amount of gameplay into Nier, but I've never beat either of those. But yeah, we're going for our last bad ending in the game here. We're at 92%, which we do our game with Retro Achievements. If you've never seen Retro Achievement support, think of it like your favorite console AAA games with achievement support, but they do it for your favorite old retro games made by retro fans as well. I'm going to be on vacation next week. Ooh, congrats on vacation. What are you going to be doing for your vacation, Spyro? Yeah, we're also Senor Dona, welcome in as well too. Another one of the collab members of Kevo's Dokapon Kingdom Season 2 going on right now too. But yeah, we're about 92% done. I've been playing some Silent Hill on my own time on stream. And then we are also off stream doing some Pokemon Emerald, which is going pretty well too. Going to be at Con for Culture for the first time. You said you're going to be cosplaying for that as well, right? But yeah, thanks for everybody for stopping in. If anybody does need to go ahead and raid off for the night with Kevo, I'm sure you've either got a very early start tomorrow morning for work, or if you've got your day off, I'm sure you've got a lot of exciting stuff going on. But if anybody needs to go ahead and avoid spoilers for this game, or horror games makes it kind of queasy for you, or you just kind of just wanting to just raiding and running for anything like that, please go ahead and take care of anything you got to do, okay? Senor Donut, thank you for the work, buddy. Appreciate you a lot. But yeah, thanks for bringing the raid over here, dude. Tell me about what else has been going on. Kevo has celebrated a birthday recently, and also I believe you are doing the National Children's Alliance this year as well, too, right? Yes and no, but it'll only be clothing. I want to cosplay. See, if I had to do a cosplay, see, I've always got a little bit of a face shyness when it comes to public outings. I would probably do like a face concealing. Like I like wearing like armor and like face concealments whenever I do dress ups and cosplays. I cosplayed one time as Junpei from Persona 3, but that required showing his face and it felt very awkward. I do need to set that up sometime in 2 weeks. Oh, for the NCA. I am not doing NCA this year, personally, but I am going to be. I think I'm doing the trivia night with Megan. I don't remember what day in July that's supposed to be. I am most comfortable when I am impervious to text. JB. I mean, that's pretty accurate. I mean, wouldn't anybody else feel pretty comfortable? I would say I would borderline recklessness if I'm impervious. Just doesn't. If I'm impervious, doesn't mean I'm invincible though. I'll just stand there like Superman, just letting bullets fly off of me, even though I'm pretty sure bullets would just go through my armor. But I don't know. I've always got this thing about how I feel more confident if my face is not shown. I don't know if anybody else ever had that situation, but that's how it's always been for me.
You're a bad man!
You're a bad man. I just announced my NCA stream today, but it's not until next week. Breaking up the shuffle, and this year it's all Zelda. So you're going to be doing a whole bunch of... So for different Zelda games, they're going to be like for all the NES, or they're going to be like mixing... Because usually the shuffler is done with BizHawk. Can you switch between 2 different consoles with that? I would guess for me it would be Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, and then maybe like the ports of Zelda 1. You can do that. Okay. I would imagine Ocarina, Master Quest, and Majora's Mask would be especially good for that. Or you could do the GameCube version, just switch the games on that too. You're going to be playing Crash Team Racing next week. Who do you like playing as in that one, Spyro? I like going for more of the acceleration character. For that game, I go for either Coco or Engine or Pinstripe. Although some people swear by Tiny and Dingo Dial, and if I'm confident in the track, I play as them too. Link's Awakening, Link to the Past, ooh, great choices. Link's Awakening is going to be a great one too. I didn't realize, I think it was Donkey Kong Country 3, one of the brother bears talks about how he had somebody talk about trying to pay with rupees and saying that the seashell was shaped wrong. I didn't realize I was referencing Link's Awakening because the seashells that you get is different than the oyster seashell you see in DKC3. And we go to the director's office. The director's office should be not this one to the left, but the next one. Yeah, unfortunately I'm not doing NCA this year, but I'm going to be at least participating in at least one event. There's a lot of on my plate right now. I don't have the time, and I'm a little oversensitized as far as like things going on in my life. I'm gonna go to my local retro game store Monday and see if they have any of the Pokemon Game Boy games I got over the last couple. Ooh, boy, let's hope they don't have any scalpers just snatching that immediately. Which, you know, you'll probably find something you'd like there. I had gotten like actual cartridges of red and blue last year, and I'm going to replace my battery of gold. All right, we gotta go to the office. Now we gotta go to the kitchen. Ouch. They got red, silver, sapphire, a few of the DS ones like, ooh. So do they also, well, do they also have platinum? I think platinum is probably, oh, okay, hang on. I would probably imagine platinum is a popular one too, or a heart gold and soul silver. Those are both probably like ones that you would want to have. Sapphire is a good choice. I like emerald a bit more, obviously, for different reasons. But I also think another good one to have is the black and white games. Black and White 2 would be really good. I missed my copy of Platinum. I let my roommate borrow it in college and never got it back. I eventually would like to play... I'd like to eventually play Platinum on stream. I haven't done it yet. I think when I play Platinum, I'm probably going to go for Torterra. But if I don't do that, I'm probably going to go for the speedrun method because, you know I'm going to do RA for it. And I'll probably pick Chimchar because Infernape is by far the best Pokemon to use for that run. Hey, what's going on, Auntie? If I have a mod available, can I get shoutouts for Super Spyro, Strawberry Gem, and Anti-C21, please? Or, not 21. I know it's like 121. You know, you already know how I am about Roman numerals. How's it going, dude? Maybe we're shouting out Spyro. How's Pokemon Unite been? Are you excited for Quackquavel just came out, didn't it? Are you excited for Veltal? Veltal is supposed to be coming in the game pretty soon too. Been a good day. Glad to hear. What do you got going on for the for your day tomorrow? I'm pretty sure it's this door. Yeah, I know Veltal is either coming. It's either coming to Unite or it's already in Unite. These guys do a lot of damage. Just there's so many legendaries coming out. Might play some more Metaphor. Ooh, Metaphor Ren Fantasia was an excellent game. Even for people who haven't played Atlas games very much, it's a great game to play. I wouldn't mind playing some more Metaphor pretty soon. I gotta go to room 201. Metaphor is a masterpiece. Metaphor was really, really good. Alright, we gotta go to room 201. So, room 201 is to my left. I'm gonna take care of the nurse first. That's the... Yes, that's it. I love very easy mode. There's been a breeze so far. Oh wow. I can actually enjoy the game. I played that on... not on normal mode, but on hard difficulty, and I think I wanted to play on a harder difficulty after the fact. But I think that's New Game Plus that you have to get that. So if I play Metaphor again, I'm probably going to do it on the hardest difficulty. It's just, it overall felt easier than, it's a lot easier learning curve than doing all the Persona fusions in Persona. Okay, we gotta go to room 204. 204 is all the way to the end of the hallway. Oh no, this is the tentacle. Hang on, this is Squidward. Metaphor also ramps up the difficulty on higher difficulties fast with Persona does because of the turn icon system. Enemies just get more... Yeah, I think it's overall a more difficult experience, and at the overall an easier experience. I don't know, even with the higher difficulty, it just felt easier for me because it was easier for me to grasp. Persona, you have to do a lot of trial and error to figure out what is just the best Personas, or just settle with what just works for you. Like I think I did like a quarter of the game whenever I did P3R. I did a quarter of the game with like Baphomet because they just had access to all the elementals. I'm trying to keep up with the story, but the memory is not the greatest. If you want to try a really good non-Persona Atlas game, you need to play Radiant Historia. Radiant Historia is pretty accessible on the not the GameCube, but the DS. But Perfect Chronology, I think overall, is the better game. But the problem with playing it on Perfect Chronology is 3DS version, it's a lot harder to buy. It's like $100. Mara's best Persona, next question. You would like Mara the best, wouldn't ya? You know, memes aside, Mara is pretty dang powerful, though. There are only a few genuinely hard enemies in Metaphor, and they're all very backloaded. The optional super bosses demand far more than anything in the story. It's about the same as what it was fighting the super bosses in Persona for me. The one, yeah, Elizabeth, she was absolutely ruthless. Yeah, I learned pretty quickly that Megidolon really sucks when the enemy uses it. Alright, we are going to have to enter the nurse center. Elizabeth is more as a puzzle fight, though. That was so... For me, at first, it was one of those... The realization of exactly how that fight was supposed to work was like, oh my gosh, you know? Your first reaction to it. It was... my first reaction to... I give you Megidolon, and she just nukes me with 9,999. I was like, oh, well, I guess that's a problem. Because it's a very tricky puzzle because it has layers, like onions. Elizabeth was an onion. Now, the fact that you also had to do it within a certain amount of turns, she just automatically just uses Megidolon on you as well. And having to learn that you also have to have the ability to survive with 1 HP. Thank you for a potato. Hey, Jim, I was talking about Spiral earlier. Did you ever play Season of Ice and Season of Flame? I beat those on my own time on Retro Achievements. It was really fun. It was a pretty basic 100% run for the most part, but I'd say I thoroughly enjoyed those. I probably took a better hit there, didn't I? Yeah, we're alright. Yeah, it was mostly 100%, but they also wanted you to play this thing called Dragon Droughts. when you get the 100% in Season of Flame. That's just checkers. It's literally just checkers. Alright, operating. I think I'm going to put my shotgun up. I bought them off eBay like 5 years ago, as well as custom cases that look like DS cases, both a reprint of the OG art. I think you would really like them. I will warn you that the gameplay is in an isometric layout, but if you can get used to the isometric and your, if you're trying to figure out how to do your, where is she? Oh, there she is. Just needs some more time. Yeah, they're really worth playing, in my opinion. There we go. Yeah, you got to really learn how to get used to your depth perception. Depth perception in that game is very real. We go to the operating room. I'm gonna use my shotgun. I have no reason not to use it now. Alright, we need to go to the intensive care unit, which is 2 rooms out. Is that Kane Highland? Holy smokes, Raiders. Hi, everybody. Kane, tell me about your stream, buddy. How was it? Guys, if you haven't followed Kane Highland 27, as his name would probably give you the hint, he plays a lot of Final Fantasy games. You were playing some Overwatch. He does a lot of Overwatch matches at once a week. It's very entertaining. Yeah, what's going on, dude? How's it going? What's going on, Shadebow and Zevolf, Monkey, Dizzy Buns, Adam? How's everybody doing today? Thank you for shouting out Kane. If you guys haven't met me before, hello, my name is JB Retro, aka JB. We play a lot of retro games, as you could no doubt surmise, and we're playing some Silent Hill. We are almost done with the retro achievement run of this game. We are 90% in. We're going for our last ending, and then we're going to be trying to go for a 10-star run. If you don't know about 10-star runs, I have to do basically like a speed run perfectly, or dang near perfectly. It's going to be really entertaining. Stream was good, playing a whole bunch of Overwatch tonight. Who did you end up playing? How was your games? Yeah, we do a lot of retro achievements in here if you've not been in here before. So we are finishing up retro achievements of this game. We're going to be going out to probably Banjo-Kazooie, maybe tomorrow, maybe next week. I'm not entirely sure yet. And we're just sitting there kind of waiting for our partner application to approve right now. We are a week and a half out, and it's been kind of nerve-wracking and exciting. So anybody who's been in Kane's stream in his raid, who's been supporting the channel for the last couple months, we've been doing that. I really appreciate you guys. Yes, 10 star is going to be intense. We have to do the game in 90 minutes, miss very little. Yeah, we have to kill 100 plus enemies for both melee and handgun or ranged, and we've also got to get the good plus ending. I played all of my people, but tonight was mostly good, man. So yeah, me and Kane, we're both Zen mains. I like Zenyatta because he's just a really tricky like a multitasking character. You have to basically either use his orbs of destruction or his orbs of purity. Like, you have to be very careful about when you use it and how to do it. So good Zen players, I feel, are pretty rare, but when you just lock him down, he's incredibly satisfying. Putting the 10 into intense. I am not a bad man. Hi, Toonami. How's it going, dude? But yeah, I appreciate that, dude. If anybody needs to go ahead and raid and run, by the way, Kane, I'm sure it's probably very late for you. It's like after midnight where you're at. And anybody who needs to follow suit for Kane's raid, who needs to take care of themselves, I, of course, very enthusiastically invite you to go ahead and raid and run if you need to. JB can be a bad man as a treat. He seems simple, but he's a lot of micromanaging and paying attention. Yeah, I think he is one of the most technical characters in the game, in my opinion. You know, everybody can just hop on either Soldier 76 Reaper or Genji and just start just using DPS. But doing true good DPS was Zen, and being able to know when to use your orbs, because it's also a very tricky way to be able to have to reload your orbs of destruction as well too. That's a fine art to being a good Zen main, in my opinion. Everything's going pretty all right, Toonami. We're just kind of chilling out, playing some Silent Hill right now, like we've been for the last few weeks. We're probably gonna finish this game either tonight or tomorrow. If we don't finish it tonight, we'll probably finish it tomorrow. And you got your first Tales of game. Nice. Which one did you end up getting? Knowing when to charge your secondary, just shoot your main shot. Yeah, it's really tricky. Who's your main in Overwatch, Retro? Bear with me. I haven't played Overwatch in quite a while. I was a big Zenyatta main. Like, yeah, we were talking about Kane using Zen as a main. I'm a Zen main too. Whenever I played it, I played very little of Overwatch 2 whenever it first came out. Well, you know, it's just called Overwatch now. But I liked Zen. I really liked Sombra. Sombra was pretty fun too. And then Widowmaker was also enjoyable too, because I'm a nice long range sniper. So typically, whenever you see me play those kind of competitive games, I'm more of a DPS kind of person. But I do have to raid run. Thank you, Kane. Again, guys, go follow Kane Highwind if you haven't. And I really appreciate the support you've been showing lately, dude. Hopefully, I'll be able to see you probably either tomorrow or Monday. We'll hang out and see more about our Zen main talk. But yeah, have a good rest of your night, dude. Taylor's Vesperia, $10 on the eShop. Summer sale. That ends on Wednesday or Thursday. But yeah, I played a lot of DPS characters for the most part. I also, for the memes, like playing as Roadhog. Roadhog, I think I had more fun than most of the other DPS characters I played too. Although whenever I was seeing some of the new heroes that got announced within the last like couple of months, I know I wanted to play before I ended up quitting. I wanted to try to play some Doomfist, but then I got burnt out on the game is what happened. Yeah, Doomfist is pretty good too. Alright, we need to go to the intensive care unit. We've been kind of just toting a shotgun right now. Oh, that was easy. I was almost going to get Symphonia. That was also $10, but I know the remastered port wasn't so good on Switch unless they fix it. No, they didn't fix it. No, are you kidding? No way. I ended up getting the original GameCube copy of Symphonia a few months ago. I have yet to play it, but I would like to eventually. Doomfist is so good and very good for. Who do you normally play as, Dizzy? Oh, that's easy. It's the only reason I didn't get Symphonia. Well, the other problem with Symphonia, like hard copy, is it's just so dang expensive too. I've heard it's a lot of really hard way to play, like one of the hardest ways to play it, but one of the most definitive ways to play it. Dizzy is good people. If coming from Kane's community, oh, I have no doubt in my mind. Well, it's nice to meet you, Dizzy. I'm a Moira main. I like Moira. I also like Sigma. Sigma is pretty cool too. I also have lots of love for my Junkrat and Diva. Junkrat was really entertaining. I heard that. So I had not played as. Gosh, who is the one that just came out? She's the Ami that just came out. I don't remember what her name was, but I heard she was pretty interesting to play too. She's from Easy's community. We do like Easy. And then met Allie and joined her community too. So I should say no. I would say so. Being integrated in multiple communities at the same time, I would totally agree with that. But yeah, there was that one, the Omnic character who just came out. And I heard she was like good, but not great. I heard that Xion, that's who it is. I heard that Xion was actually, people were complaining that she needed to get her DPS going, but I heard that her ults were really fun. I just played against her. I don't even know her. Yeah, it's Xion. I almost said Xinon, but that's Fire Emblem. Yeah, Xion. I heard that she was supposed to be DPS, but she wasn't like particularly. Yeah, she wasn't like particularly good. I heard that her being on like on a bike and using the bike as like on her ult was pretty fun, but I heard that her DPS is not particularly good at all. Which, you know, they'll either just buff her or just nerf everybody else. Whenever I hear Xeon, I think of Kingdom Hearts. I would fail horribly at trying to spell that. Shion? I think that's what it is. So if I ever do, so I've had Kane, I've had Jin, I've had Allie, both trying to, like everyone trying to get me to go back into Overwatch. I have it installed, but I have a very busy schedule. I only ever stream Saturday, Sunday because I work a night shift job. So I typically just do family-oriented stuff throughout the week, and eventually, if that ever changes. I'd like to get more back into Overwatch, but it's a very busy schedule for me. Excuse me. How was the Jin birthday stream thing? It was fine. Yeah, I remember he was playing some Mecha Chameleon, which, the friend game of the week. I can't exactly say I'm enthusiastic about wanting to play it myself, but I know Juan had a really good hiding spot in one of his games, and it was mildly intriguing. It can be gnarly. I can feel that. Oh, have you worked night shifts before? So I work at a plant where we make corn for tortilla chips. So I basically work in an FDA approved plant that we make powder like that, flour, and I work in a lab basically. So that's been pretty enjoyable. Well, for like the night shift, whenever I don't have any management eyes on me, it's been pretty enjoyable. 777 repeating. I work in custom framing now. Tonight I got frustrated with how little space we have for completed orders, so I took it upon myself to call some customers from 2023 who haven't picked up their things because nobody told them it was. So, has there been anybody who was interested in picking it back up, or you're just doing like your due diligence, right? So, if you invite JB to a party, our chips are one of the best, Travis, because we don't have any preservatives, no artificial junk inside of it. We have three ingredients: corn flour, lime juice, well, not lime juice, but lime powder, and water. And our shelf life is like incredibly short compared to other foods, but I think it's one of the most delicious things. So that's how I know my job is worthwhile. Used to work overnights managing a fast food store so I was a night shift manager at McDonald's back from 2012 to 2017. So, uh, fellow fast food restaurant manager we had some of the most entertaining customers who were drunks. That was pretty interesting. Several said they'll come pick it up since they already paid. One said trash it. Oh. Well, I mean, these things happen. The fact that you're still able to show that you were reaching out to them despite the time gap means that you were being a very good seller, I think. So congrats on that. Yours was wrong. Oh, nice. So I was. How do you try them? So I will give you the brand name. So the brand name, I don't know. So I live in the Midwest, and this won't dox me if I say the name. So the brand name of the chips is El Milagro, and they are a Chicago-based company, and those are the brand of tortilla chips that are made from the product that we make. So if anybody's ever tried El Milagro, they are excellent. No bad junk inside, none of that stuff too. Twins, I was with Ronald too. So we had a grand reopening at the McDonald's that I worked at. This is like 2013. This has happened. We had a grand reopening. We had a guy come in as Ronald McDonald, and so it's really weird. I like he was like, he's really good in character. So whenever he was doing autographed pictures for all the workers, he autographed mine as to the Joe Meister, and he said it too. I'm like, oh, okay, thanks. And then I forgot that my sister was afraid of clowns, so whenever I showed her, she was a little freaked out. Yeah, yeah, we had a guy. He actually came in as Ronald McDonald when we did the grand reopening. So we had that going. It was actually a pretty entertaining time. So I don't regret at all the time that I worked at McDonald's, but for night shift, so I'd say about 9 times out of 10, for the drunk people who came in during the night shift because we had our lobby open all night too at the time that I was working at it. I think 9 drunk people out of 10, it was a pleasant experience. You had the one jackass who came in every once in a while, but those guys are easy to deal with. You just stand your ground, and if they're too drunk to try to pull the customer is always right bull crap on you. Like imagine showing your sister, then be like, "Oh, never mind." It was very innocuous. I didn't do it intentionally to try to scare her, but I remembered if I just like, "Joe, get that away from me." I'm like, "Oh, sorry," because she was afraid of Pennywise from it. So that's understandable. I was so glad we didn't have a 24-hour lobby. Bad enough with drunks in the drive-through. Yeah, so here's the other thing about that too, Dizzy. We had a 24-hour lobby at the time. This McDonald's we're in a college town, so we had college kids coming in throughout the night until about maybe 4:35 in the morning. 'Cause that's usually when everybody went to bed. So we had that, and churches have not churches, but the colleges have a lot of different events that happen. And this is also the same time that there's a very big high school football town. So when you have Friday nights where you have to deal with buses of high school football players and kids coming in from the college, it made things rather hectic. But the good news is I worked Saturday through Thursday. I did not work Friday. No, Saturday through Sunday through Thursday. So I didn't work Friday or Saturday. And Friday nights were usually the days that were the busiest because Friday night football games, because everybody scheduled their games during Friday nights. So I didn't ever have to deal with the majority of the stress. But I did get called in a few times to help out while we had a dinner rush. And it was just, fields of kids who probably needed more adult supervision than they probably actually had. Hey, what's going on, Energize? How's it going? We're just talking about McDonald's stories. Your store probably made, yeah, it did. So, well, yes and no. This is, but if you want to discount the games and then the local college and all that, it's a small town, despite there being a college here. And I'd say for nights that you had business like that, I'd say we made about 300. If it was a busy night like that, you would make when I worked at night for like the peak hours from like 11 p.m. to like 2 a.m., you'd make about 300 something dollars an hour for those 3 hours, and it would just die off. So that's a big peak. You'd be going over $500 an hour because you can always like run your numbers on the computer and see what your um, I wouldn't say busyness, but basically your profits and what you're going through as far as like it also calculates how the payment per hour goes to the employees. It also helps you know when to let people go home early so you don't pay too much out of your pocket for the store. Yeah, they were making about $500 excess uh, for those peak hours. Don't mention Kefka to Sister Retro. Madness. Yeah, we definitely would get our buses of children and church people too. I accidentally said church because it's a Christian college. Because the local college here, it is one of those Christian colleges that they want kids to sign a lifestyle statement for, which nobody ever actually listened to. So you had all those college kids coming in high as a kite about, again, like midnight to 2 in the morning, just getting just every little whip stitch. They are very big on ice cream, especially. So not one of our biggest sellers. The biggest sellers that we had there on the college nights was nuggets and McChickens and blizzards. And when I say blizzard, I mean McFlurry because this is not DQ. So high, yeah, that's totally what I meant. No, we had a lot of high people, which was kind of a weird thing, but so that's like mostly my experience with working night shift on there. I will say one of the most interesting things I had gotten there was I had this one girl who would call off every other night because she'd always just make up some stupid story, which we know was crap about always being sick or couldn't get a ride or yada yada. And the one night that I remember sticking out in my mind, it was like the catalyst of me wanting to just get out of there. So it was I had her call off again. She was my only frontline person. So it was me and I think it was the grill guy's second day back there. And then we had a big college event and football game in there. So I dealt with the drive-through and the counter by myself, and I had to sometimes go back there. I don't think I got that whole rush done till like an hour and a half. And the only saving grace about it is I think that maybe like one person was a little disgruntled, which is understandable. Everybody else was like just incredibly gracious about that. But that was like the one night though where I was like, I need to get out of here. I did not want to make a career out of doing that. I was near the ghetto, so we got all kinds of people. I've been there. It's awful. For that, I told my GM, I texted him because he was still up. I was like, "Can I just close the store?" He's like, "No, we're getting a lot of business here." I said, "But it's just me and a new guy." So I just couldn't fathom that the guy was thinking more for profits than because if the profits aren't going to be coming in that much if I can't deal with everything by myself, right? So I ended up having to deal with all of that. And then the other thing about the drive-through is it's a two drive-through system, 2 lanes. So one person would come to one box, another person could come to the second box, and then both those alarms could be going off in your head at the same time. And then you'd have to deal with that, and then deal with everybody coming inside from the college on the front counter. And it ended up being, gosh, I think I actually was legitimately like stressing out. We had one guy in the homeless guy in the afternoon that would smear his poo on the walls. So we had a homeless guy. First of all, that's disgusting. Also, second of all, we have an ad coming in. Do you guys want to hang out for about a couple minutes? I'm gonna go pee and go get another drink. Hang on, we'll continue this McDonald's story here in a little bit, okay? I will not encourage people to miss out when I telling a story they can't hear. So I'm gonna go ahead and break out for a couple minutes. We'll continue the story when we get back. All right, okay, I'll be right back.
And my true self awakens with a primal scream.
Yeah, that's a heck of a whiplash, isn't it? Also, welcome back in, guys. My favorite game of all time. I'm not gonna complain about that. But yeah, where was I? Oh yeah, so we had this one guy, this one bald-headed jerk. So the dude was a big old pervert. So he'd come in about maybe between 2 p.m. and 4 p.m. on weekday afternoons. And what he would do was he would always be like, "Excuse me, this table is dirty. I want to sit at. Can you have one of your girls come out here and wipe it down?" Just for the strict reasoning of wanting to just stare at their butts as they bent over to wipe the counter down. So he's a big old pervert. I remember I got like actually legitimately mad. Like we quit doing that. And of course he got defensive whenever you'd ask them to stop doing that. I think he got banned from the restaurant after doing it too many times because he was just sexually harassing workers like that. Uh, well, it's for me, how I've always seen things like that. It's not like that there's something wrong with them. It's they're actively choosing to make wrong choices. So whenever nobody's doing enough to get after these guys for doing stuff like that, they're going to keep doing it. So the good news about being a manager is you do have the right to refuse service for anybody. So I remember my GM told the guy to leave. He couldn't come back because he was just harassing all of our female workers. So that's what happened with that guy. As far as the homeless guy, he didn't smear his poop all over the bathroom. He basically tried coming in and refilling his cup of coffee from the same cup every day, which was really gross and unsanitary because he just figured he gets free coffee if he comes in for a refill. And he would always look just like really dirty. Like he looked like Mark Twain if Mark Twain had rolled into a pile of dirt for 4 hours. And you just clearly could tell the dude just did not like bathe at all. So him coming in there trying to get a free cup of coffee from a dirty cup like that, one of the managers had just had to basically tell him to stop doing that. And of course, he does that around town. He basically overstays his loitering, and he would constantly he just goes around places here in town constantly. He just rotates around places to just loiter and do that kind of stuff until people just get sick of him, and then he just move on to the next place until he just came back after maybe like a year. So, and then the cops will never do anything about the guy. So, because technically he's not, I don't know if he's really breaking the law anywhere. So I guess they couldn't do something about that. But he just basically made himself do a nuisance. That was like the thing for them, those darn stained coffee cups, though. I will say, though, systematic issue. Yeah, but see, here's the thing here. That, true as it may be, the guy clearly did not want to receive the help that he wanted, which was he basically wanted just free handouts. But it wasn't anything like essential, like, showers and stuff like that. It would all well and good, but he would rather just get more immediate gratification from things like alcohol or food. So I don't have any sympathy because, like I'm totally understand whenever people are genuinely in distressing situations like that. But whenever the guy is getting offered like legitimate ways for him to get himself out of that hole, he just refuses. It's like whenever he wants money to buy booze, but you try to hand him like an essential thing, he just basically gets mad at you. That kind of thing. When I was at Home Depot, there was always a homeless person coming and causing trouble at Home Depot in front of the store. It's I think it's also a case by case basis too, and it's got to be you got to read between the lines as far as because people do I think are a bit prejudiced towards homeless people in general. Not even like even more like the more genuine like you know what's the word? What's the opposite of belligerent? Benign. When you have a more benign homeless person just kind of just trying to do things, I don't. I think people get prejudiced on that regardless, but there are also examples of people who are trying to take advantage. So I think it should be a case by case basis. There weren't much sympathy I could afford to them. It's also as far as like actually being in like a fast food position. We're not allowed to hand out free food because on paper because that's against policy, and McDonald's doesn't want free handouts because it's a business. And I know we had gotten free food for a few of them that we knew we could trust, but I know again that's a case by case basis because that is still something that could be above our heads. Does that make sense? So I couldn't do anything. Couldn't do much about it personally. Now I have paid for food for some people who were not in positions, like they have genuine mistakes, like I forgot something. And this wasn't like one of those people I knew because I'm a pretty good people reader. I knew they weren't trying to take advantage of me, but being able to help them out, like buying them like a burger with my money, I've done stuff like that before. Meanwhile, they toss food into the trash by the tons. Yeah, they're just being completely just wasteful as well. For Zenthia, you raise a good point there. It's just you got to be. I think you should ask for just some discernment and wisdom when it comes to dealing with people, and not just homeless. I mean other people in general. Yeah, it was. It wasn't like I wanted to be apathetic because it was overall not my problem. But whenever I had a situation like that I couldn't solve for myself, I just try to kick it upstairs as much as I can, let my immediate supervisor know. Because we had managers, and then we had department managers, and then it was the GM. So department manager was the one I let know about that first. I learned so much about working fast food. Yeah, if you ever work in a fast food place like me and Dizzy, whenever you do the end of night waste counts, because we have to get the buckets from the waste counts from the grill area, and you got to record that waste and count it up every night. You start to really realize how much people are wasting food, especially whenever you're not regulating your times on your trays. Because whenever you have the quarter meat or the regular meat being stuck in the cabinets for much longer than they should be, yeah, you're supposed to throw them away. But you have these problems with people cooking way more than they need to do and then just throwing all that meat, which is why, especially on midnights, they cook things to order. So they don't have to waste that much food. You know, it's like a 2 or 3 minute wait, or if you're going to be ordering like a crispy chicken sandwich, it's going to be like 6 minute wait. But we cooked stuff to order, so we didn't have that problem. But the other problem was whenever you had big, busy nights, that all that waste started stacking up. So yeah, I think so too. And I also really was confused why you had some people trying to order, they ordered fries without salt, so they know they'll be fresh. And I'm like, why don't you just order just the fries with regular salt and just order them fresh? There's no shame in asking for fresh fries, but you don't have to do it like in a back end kind of way. Also, thank you for gifting the subs to Frozen. Yes, thank you for gifting the subs, dude. Thank you for gifting a sub to Blip Blow, Peanut Fish, Mr. Bones Wild Ride, Ace Cougar, and Smolzy Frozen. Thank you, dude. The no salt thing, I'm glad I'm not. Oh, it was annoying. Like it was like, it's like don't act like I'm stupid. I know I'm in fast food, but that doesn't mean like I'm an idiot. You know, just order it if you just want to get fresh fries. There's no shame in that. Also, Frozenthia, hey, by the way, I know we're kind of Banjo-Kazooie's kind of kicking Sly Cooper's butt, but if you want to distribute 5 votes for that, you are obligated to that. And if you want a Pokemon sticker, you're also obligated to that too. They would ask for the salt on the side, like don't be. Yeah, it's like that did happen a lot. You want Banjo? Okay, I'm gonna add you to Banjo. So that did happen a lot, where you'd have people assume that you were just like a drilling moron. Sorry, there's like a stigma of if you work at fast food, then you're just not very intelligent, which I think is a complete bald-faced lie because I've seen people. Um, but I know that there is, in my opinion, more of a general appreciation for fast food workers after you've already worked a job like that. I think has ordered me a lot of patience, but at the same time, whenever I know there's a worker who just does not care about making my order right, I get a little bit more disgruntled because I'm like, come on, like don't try to pull a fast one on me. Like I've been in your shoes. So that's kind of like how that thing's. You want Lugia? Yeah, I got Lugia. Yeah, I think you're the first Lugia, as a matter of fact. Yeah, I got Lugia. Hang on. Also, let's not close that game. Yeah, let's get Lugia. I've never had Lugia from somebody before. Alright, Lugia. We are Gen 2. There's Lugia right there. We have somebody gotten Ho-Oh, but we haven't gotten Lugia yet. Who got Ho-Oh last time? Hang on, Ho-Oh's on this board somewhere. Who did Ho-Oh? That wasn't you, was it? Oh, no, that was Benny. Benny got Ho-Oh. For retail working there, maybe more creative with customizing my other fast food order. So here's what I do. Whenever I order McDonald's food, because you'd be like, if you work there long enough, you don't want to eat there anymore. That's not true, because whenever you have fresh McDonald's food, it's actually pretty decent. But usually when I go there now, I ordered a spicy McChicken with only ketchup. That's usually my go-to order now. So I'm a little bit more creative about that now too. There we go. Yeah, I like spicy McChickens. Only ketchup because I'm not much of a condiment kind of person. Ketchup tastes better than mayonnaise, and the mayonnaise at McDonald's is gross. All right, buddy. We have your Lugia pretty close by to your Noctowl and above Decidueye. Thank you for Lugia. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs too, man. Appreciate that. Double quarter pounder with cheese, extra onions. I don't like the quarter onions. I do not like the quarter onions. I do not like so they're called small slivered onions. Hate it. So whenever I end up ordering, I don't like quarter onions are okay. I hate slivered onions. But whenever I order stuff, I typically sometimes 50-50 leave the pickles on it. So I'll order a Big Mac. I'll do it with no mac sauce, no onions. I can't stand mac sauce. But you know who I can stand and even love? Freaking Rage. It's Rouge Juicy herself. Rage Jazzy is also waiting for her partner application, much as I am too. If you guys haven't been following Rage Jazzy, I'm going to go ahead and encourage you to go ahead and do that right now. Seriously, you're not going to regret it. She's been playing some Adventures of Elliot, and she was doing It Takes Two with a fellow mutual friend today. How was It Takes Two, by the way? Yeah, you guys should definitely be checking out Jazzy. Be checking out Volk as well, too. Hi, Raiders. Volk, how's it going, buddy? Tell me all about your stream, dude, guys. Yeah, if you haven't followed Volk W, Volk is a very big retro enthusiast fan like myself. Been playing some Mina the Howler. I can personally attest that's a terrific game. Tell me all about your stream, Volk. Yeah, what's going on, everybody? If you guys have not met me before, for whatever reason, thank you for pointing, by the way, Frozen. My name is JB Retro, aka JB. We're playing some Silent Hill for the PlayStation 1. We've been doing that for a few weeks. We are going through the game with the retro achievements like I typically do with my games, and we are more than 90% done with the set. We got to finish our last ending, and we've got to do the 10-star run, which will be very exciting. Thank you for the hype train, by the way, too. Just got the final generator, so the presumed end game is inside. You're going to be pretty close there. I am not a bad man. Don't listen to Toonami. Getting real intense and unsettling. It's kind of a little bit, I wouldn't say nightmarish, but yeah, the atmosphere gets a little unsettling. Kind of like, thank you, Strawberry, for being the polar opposite of Toonami there. But it's just the atmosphere gets a little unsettling. I think it's a pretty good word to describe that. Let me say hi to all the raiders here.
I love you.
Thank you for loving it here. Yeah, welcome on in, Volk and Mino. Mino's also a really cool friend I see in a lot of other communities too. How's it going, Mino? But yeah, we're playing some retro achievements like I always do. We are the end game of Silent Hill 1 is in sight for me, and we are probably going to be going to Banjo-Kazooie after this game. So if you're a big Banjo-Kazooie friend, stay tuned because we're going to probably be doing that either tomorrow or next weekend. It's going to be very exciting. The astronomy area, probably my favorite at this point. It's so real and looks cool. Came way out of left field. Not a fan of hunting down the mirrors. Oh my gosh. So I think that area, the astronomy area, was probably, I think, the longest I spent in a certain area when I played through Mina. I did go try to get 100% of the entire game, but that area in particular I thought was a... So like whenever I'm going try to go through a level with a puzzle for long enough, I kind of get a little burnt out with my attention span, and I gotta go like watch a video or get something else done. And I think that was part of the reason why that level took me so long, is because I just kept getting distracted willingly. So that was kind of fun. Oh, thanks for the follow. Welcome on in. We are anonymous follows in here, so if you want to persevere your anonymity and lurk, I appreciate that. Welcome on in. But yeah, we're going to probably go into Banjo-Kazooie after this game. So we have to do the end of this run, and we've got to go do the 10-star ranking run, which is going to be basically requiring a speed run. You're going to be seeing me do this pausing a lot with my escape button. It's kind of long as well. Went longer than expected. Anybody from Volk's raid, by the way, let me not forget, if you need to go ahead and raid off for the night, anybody from Volk or his raid, you need to take care of yourself. I always like to encourage people here in the community. We're very big proponents of self-care here. So if you need to go ahead and do that, Volk, please let me not keep you. Congratulations again on your completion on the archipelago. We may be at the fritz of doing some manual unlocks for people because I've been kind of twiddling my thumbs, waiting for my... So I have to have Carrie. We were talking about Super Mario World last time. I'm waiting on Carrie, and it is in somebody else's game. So I am thoroughly BK'd right now. Now, the ability for run for Mario, it's in my game. But the problem is it's in Funky, which requires Carrie to get to. So whenever I get Carrie, I'm just going to just finish my game and unlock everything else. I'm not even going to bother with run, because you don't really need run. So that's been kind of exciting. I'm in the same boat. I need Scan Visor and Ice Beam to do anything else. That's for Metroid, right? Yeah, Metroid Prime. So here's what I need to do. You need 7 boss checks to get to be able to go to Bowser's Castle. I have 4 of them from Iggy, Lemmy, Morton, and Ludwig. The last 3 I'm going to do is for Roy, and when I get Carrie, I'm going to do the Vanilla Fortress and the Forest Fortress. Then go through Star Road to get to Bowser's Castle, and then I can beat the game. Let's see, and Scan Visor basically hints at the artifacts I need to beat the game to begin with. So, yeah. So I played the original Metroid Prime, and I remember the Scan Visor being very helpful in that regard. So what Run will get me is there is a 3-up moon in Vanilla Dome and Donut Plains. I need Run to get to those because I have a cape to fly. I just can't fly without Run. So I can't get those 3-up moons until I get Run, which is in my game. In order to get to that, I have to have Carrie. So it's a very weird order of ordeals. So it's been an interesting archipelago, but I know Megan says she just pinged the server not too long ago. I made the mistake of not starting with it. Slight regret. At least elevators are activated ahead of time, so I can still change areas. I have gotten as far as I have done with mine, is because people found all 4 Switch Palaces very quickly for me, and I got Yoshi fairly quickly too. I had to wait a little bit of time to get Cape, and then unlocked a few checks for me, especially in Donut Plains 1. But I can't use keys without carry to get keyholes, and you have to use the keyhole to get out of Force of Illusion to get to Roy's Castle, and then I can take the secret areas and Vanilla Dome and Force of Illusion to get those 2 fortresses, and then I can beat the game. And then you have to have carry in order to beat Bowser because of the Mecha Koopas. So, but it stops a lot of progress nonetheless. And Phazon mines are entirely locked out without. Ooh, so you're missing a lot. So do you have everything you? So what do you? So you're missing. So yeah, you need Ice Beam to do it. Is Ice Beam required to beat the game? Because I'm trying to remember if that was the case. Yeah, carry is essential. So the only other things I can do without carry is what I need for run. To get the run, there's also a area in Vanilla Dome 3 that you have to fly up to the ceiling to get a 3-up moon. And there's also a P switch that activates 5 P blocks. And I can't get up there without run. So technically don't need scan visor. You need all 4 beams. Okay, but it helps speed things along. Be able to try to find if there's anything else in your game. So that's how it's been as far as the checks for me. Also, we were talking about McDonald's stories. If you're not familiar, I used to work at McDonald's back in 2012 to 2017, and talking about how night shift was some of the good memories and some of the bad memories. And I was talking about how there's a lot of interesting perspectives that you get whenever you worked at fast food, like how much legitimate food that people just throw out and waste. So I think the waste epidemic that you have here in the United States is rampant. So the thing that my grandpa used to say when we used to go out to eat with my family was make sure you finish everything on your plate, because if you don't, it raises the price up for everybody. And I didn't realize he was partially making a joke, because he said that every time, but he's also right in a sense that if there's a lot of waste, then it just shows that they need to make less of that because they think that people aren't eating it. But that's how it's kind of been for me. Also, we've been sitting for about a good half hour talking about McDonald's. I don't remember where I'm at in the game. Yeah, we gotta get the last bad ending here. Yeah, again, I also understand people whenever they're not playing their games in archipelagos. Real life can be real obstructive sometimes. Things be rough. The waste epidemic has been going on since, gosh. So I've been hearing about the Hungry Kids lecture. We've been getting told about that for decades. I know. So no. I thoroughly enjoyed the ranting or the yapping. I'm a very big yapper when it comes to because I used to not be very good at multitasking, yapping, or playing the game. But I've started to learn that yapping in general is something I very prefer. Yes, thank you for shouting out, Volk. Yeah, we had gotten a / shout out for a good friend right before you just came in, so I appreciate the / shout out for Volk. But I'm starting to learn more about, especially with that whole partner push thing. It's been kind of like a trial by fire about how to learn to communicate better with the community, which I never thought I was particularly bad about talking with people. But the more I stream, the better I get about how I'm able to enunciate and have a lucid train of thought when you're talking about things with the chat. Because talking with somebody face to face is different than just talking and just seeing a bunch of words on a computer screen. So it's definitely a bit of a steep learning curve that I had to kind of get used to. But no, I never apologize for yapping sessions. I love them. I'm going to check my socials real quick. I'll go ahead and get back going, okay? Alright. I think I know what we're going to go do next. Okay, alright. Enunciate. Hello? Language enthusiast here. Yeah, I use the word enunciate. My mom was a teacher. So was my grandpa. Y'all have a train of thought when you talk? My train of thought's legitimately still boarding at the station, if that's any kind of indication, Jesse. To be fair, it's also one of those things you kind of have to become. It kind of becomes easier the more people yap with you. The more things that you respond to, the easier to keep the conversation going. I think it's very important. We were talking about this with a friend yesterday. I think engagement with everybody. I don't think there should be a. Here's the thing that I think a lot of people have trouble grasping, and fairly nice people. But I think a thing that people still have to grasp is giving people their due as far as engagement. Everybody is equal in my eyes. So So I've seen some people they will just like kind of like specifically just communicate with their mods or their VIPs or just more noteworthy partners and people like that. I think it's important for everybody to have the exact same amount of engagement. Everybody deserves to, just get talked to. As long as you know they're not breaking the rules or having kind of bad faith conversations with you, then I think the more you do that with everybody, you can't fail, in my opinion. Y'all have trains. My mom was a copy editor. My mom was a high school teacher. My grandpa was a college professor. I just word vomit and then immediately forget what I've said. Sometimes I'm like that. I can't exactly say I'm flawless when it comes to my memory. I mean, I have very good long-term memory, but short-term memory sometimes is like I have no idea what you just said. I agree, that's the way to be. I am ESOL teacher. English sucks. English is a gross smoothie of everybody else's languages inside of it. Also, Dizzy, are you also a streamer? I forgot I was going to ask you about that. Yeah, it's gosh, you should have met me whenever I first started streaming. I was stuttering. I didn't know how to talk to people about things. I tried to do basically watered down versions of what other streamers did as far as their engagement. So whenever I say that the more you do is the easier you get, I think it's definitely more of a easier time the more you do it. You haven't started by playing. Oh, I'm going to give you a follow then. What are you going to plan on to play whenever you stream? Yeah, I'm always a big fan of new streamers. Yeah, let me give you a preemptive welcome to the Twitch space. I have also learned that my memory requires very specific triggers to get to where I need to be, and without those triggers, the thing just doesn't exist. Okay, it's gonna be a less scrupulous way as to why my memory is as good as it is. So the reason why my memory is good is because I trained myself to hold grudges. So whenever I felt like somebody like wronged me, I would always have it in my memory bank. So whenever they tried to act like everything was okay, I would constantly try to bring it up to be like kind of like a spiteful little pooper. So that's why I did that. And thankfully I don't do that anymore, but it did come with the beneficial silver lining of being able to have a good memory because I trained myself to do that. So bad intention, good outcome. You're learning a lot about your ADHD. Ooh, tell me more. I like learning about outside perspective like that, especially for me who doesn't have that kind of thing, and it lets me understand you better as a person. I'm thinking FF7 remake version. Thank you. You could play some FF7 OG. No, I would say you can't go wrong with Final Fantasy. FF7 is a good choice, although I think the FF fan base on Twitch can be kind of a double-edged sword, though, but that shouldn't dissuade you as far as playing that. See, there's another word there for you, Strawberry. I said dissuade. I have things I'll never forget, but there are so many things I just word remember. I do not get to choose the memory bank. Out of sight, out of mind is a literal thing for me. I could see that. I've met a couple of people throughout my travels that had similar situations like that. Something I'll remember, some things that will come in and come out. I don't know. I think it depends on the person for me too. And again, like I was telling you, how much of a grudge I want to hold. But I haven't been in that kind of habit for a long time either. You have played OG7 Platinum. I do too. And have seen nothing of a remake, so I thought it'd be fun. Going in the remake completely blind is going to be a kind of a neat little experience too. Because you don't see a lot of people who haven't already been spoiled on that too. I do wish you the best on that. Remake and Rebirth I know are very popular categories on Twitch too. So yeah, I think that'd be a great way to start building up a rapport. I assume, remember, you also don't have to have a webcam or a mic. Because I started without having a camera. And all I had was a mic. Like a big, gross, heavy mic, and it hurt my head. Not because I don't care, but just because my brain doesn't. I'll admit that sometimes I don't care. Sometimes I'm just too exhausted to care. Not because I'm like I want to get back at somebody or apathetic, but sometimes it's like I'm too tired to care. JB only holds a grudge if you say you hate Yoshi's Island. He'll never forget that. That would make me really sad. Actually, Travis is probably actually partially right. That'd make me a little upset. Like I'd probably start crying. But no, in all actuality, I do have some buttons that get pushed, but unless you just like kind of know me personally and needle that into me, that you're not gonna cause me to hold a grudge for most people. I wish there was more talk of ADHD and how hard it makes life. Like I'm terrible about eating my fruits and veggies before they go bad because they go in the crisper drawer, but not because they're not in front of me. I forget. I didn't even have a PC when I started. That was the first stream I'd ever done. Was I streamed from my PS5. I did it with Crash 4. It's about time, and I didn't even have a mic then there too. So let me take that back. That first time I played Crash 4, I didn't have anything. I did the inbuilt streaming service on PS5, and then just chatted in my chat with my computer. So that's what I did first. Yeah, and if you're talking about Crash Bash, I get some PTSD too. I got a mic from a random family member on Christmas like 6 years ago, so I had to dug it out. Yeah, that's a great way to be able to do it. Also, holy smokes, Raiders, hi everybody. I got 2 raids. Gavatron, Peter Pan, welcome on in everybody. W Raiders indeed. Holy smokes, I got... What are you guys doing to me right now? Now I'm like, why am I got a triple raid. I assume you guys were all doing something together, right? Yeah, you guys were doing some Monster Hunter, weren't you? Yeah, you guys were all doing Monster Hunter together. Welcome on in, everybody. Gav, welcome on in. Raven, Kawhi, and Peter Pan, welcome in. Thank you for the follow, by the way. They are anonymous follows. I want to hear all about your Monster Hunter escapades, everybody. Welcome on in. If you guys have not met me before, my name is JB Retro, aka JB. Obviously, of course, if you haven't seen my latter part of the name being retro, I play a lot of retro games in here. We are currently playing some Silent Hill for the PlayStation 1. I am very big on retro achievements. If you've never seen retro achievements before, we think of it much like the AAA achievement system you would see from console games like the PS5, but they are made by retro fans and for retro games. So yeah, we've been hanging out playing some Silent Hill, kind of been yapping about different topics right now, playing that, and talking about McDonald's. I used to work at McDonald's. We were talking about, just a bunch of different topics. But yeah, welcome on in, everybody. Yeah, tell me, I want to hear all about your experience with Monster Hunter today. How was it? Let me see if I didn't scroll up and miss anybody, okay? Yeah, welcome on in, everybody. There's a lot of cool people in here right now. Yeah, you guys kind of made me poop my pants for a little bit there. Books with the Fur, Riggs Wreck, welcome on in. Pumpkin Hats, I love that name, by the way. Torn Roth, Zeus's Beard, love that name too. Rue Respond, Raven Kawaii. I'm saying your name wrong, I apologize. Peter Pan. And Twitch Limp. I thought it said Twitch Limp. Twit Limp. Thank you for deleting your message. I have not played Monster Hunter Wilds. I have played Monster Hunter Worlds, so I have a little bit of experience with Monster Hunter. I would assume since all you were teamed up together, you guys did kind of just kick butt and take names, right? And I do have that effect on people. I do put people to sleep constantly, and I mean that as wholesome as possible. First of all, let me go ahead and extend a invitation for everybody in my community. I've known Gavatron for a long time, and really cool dude. Some of the coolest conversations I've had with him, so give him a follow. And mutual friends knowing Peter Pan and Raven Kawaii as well, you can't go wrong with that either, so give all 3 of them a follow if you would be so kind to do that. But yeah, we're very big on PlayStation 1 games, N64, Super Nintendo. You've seen you around. I think I've either seen you in Gavs or I've seen you in Lamp cores. Because yeah, I know Gav and Lamp kind of go synonymous with me. So both really cool dudes. But I remember we'd say a lot of really funny stuff. I know one time when I was over at Lamp stream, we said that I was going to feed him the good and brown noodles with a little trademark symbol there. You've been hanging out with him. Were you... Okay, so I know those 2 were on a road trip. Were you on that road trip with them? Because I remember the road trip, and I was also in talks that eventually we need to actually be able to actually meet up together, like me and those 2. I mean, not hit my mic, and being able to actually see all that stuff too. So that's kind of exciting. Yeah, I remember him on that road trip. I was like a month ago, and it looked pretty good. I think Kodama was on that as well too. But yeah, it's good to meet everybody. But yeah, it's also super late. It's like after midnight where I'm at right now. So if anybody is needing to go ahead and take off, like raid and run from any of the raids, again, I'm glad you guys had a good time. But I'm definitely encouraging people to take care of themselves before anything else. Anybody who does leave me a lurk right now while we're hanging out, I appreciate that too. Just because we're done with the partner push doesn't mean we're not encouraging people to hang out while we're yapping and talking. We are waiting for our application to be approved or denied right now. So the fact that you guys chose to spend your time over here, I'm very touched about that. So again, thank you again. You'll be lurking. Thank you again for the lurk. If I'm not following you, I didn't give you... I think I'm following you. No, let me give you a follow. Yeah, thank you again. Any friend of Gav and Lamp is a friend of mine. And I'll give Peter Pan... Oh, I'm already following Peter Pan. Great. But yeah, thank you guys again for the raid. We're probably... So what we're doing right now in Silent Hill is we're going to go for our last ending. And then we are probably going to be going for the 10-star ranking run of this game, which is going to be requiring basically a speed run of about 90 minutes. So that's going to be kind of interesting. I am definitely going to be owed for a food break here in about 25 minutes, so. I don't remember if I have the disinfecting alcohol. I'm pretty sure I do. Yeah, it's right there. Alright, so we have the disinfecting alcohol. We need to go to the first aid kit in room 206. Thank you for taking the time to give slash outs to Raven. Seriously, you should be following all those folks. Also, Gab, thank you for the flower. How are you doing? Alright, yeah, we gotta go in here. Room 206 is the first aid kit. There's the first aid kit right there. Alright, now we gotta go to the basement. I gotta say, though, the more we've been kind of doing little yappy streams, see, what's gonna be great about that is I'm really appreciating we're having enough time to do that. I would like to, because, you know, eventually we're gonna start doing some just chatting streams, too, so that'd be kind of exciting, too. So, I think it's some good practice, I think. Alright, we're going here. We're gonna go to the basement. Yeah, so I'm not sure if we're going to have time. We're probably going to beat the game today or tomorrow. Probably tomorrow. Because tomorrow's going to be, like, dedicated. If it ends up being a really short stream tomorrow, then we'll probably, like, fill it up with something. Gotta take a dog out the potty. You're very welcome, dude. Yeah, again, any friend of Gab is a friend of mine. I'd love to be able to stop by and see how the VOD went for Monster Hunter. Yeah, thank you for the work, dude. Also, thank you for Doggo. I just watched. Yeah, I think the first Silent Hill. Oh, I guess I messed that up. Yeah, the first Silent Hill movie has elements of this game. I think it's actually probably the strongest one, which, you know, admittedly is not that strong of a selling point for me, but it's definitely better than Silent Hill 2, and apparently way better than Return to Silent Hill. And they turned Pyramid Head into a slasher villain instead of the symbolism he was supposed to be. So I have a little bit of like a sore spot as far as the Silent Hill movies. Oh. Alright, we gotta go in the morgue. Video game movies have had a bad track record. The Sonic movies made us forget. Are you a fan of Dead by Daylight? I remember the Sonic movies. The thing is, even for like video game movies, the other movies have their fans, like Resident Evil, like the one with Mila Jovovich, whatever her name is. So there's some precedent of like cult classics from that. Are you a fan of Dead by Daylight? I used to play a long time ago. The character that I played the most of, whenever I was playing it, was the Demogorgon, and I think I quit playing when they started putting the Resident Evil characters in. But it's been a long time. I liked it though. Who do you play as? Ouch. Pyramid Head just makes me think of it. Makes a lot of sense. I mean, again, like Resident Evil characters on that too. You know, I can think of that, and also the fact they have, you know, Mike Myers, not Austin Powers, but the Halloween guy. Yeah, if they had Austin Powers as the killer, that'd be really funny. Same, but Alessa had the strongest arc in the movies. I think Alessa, I mean, she was supposed to be important. She's important in this game too, so that makes a lot of sense. I love the Wraith and Ghostface. The Ghostface I heard was actually kind of like, he was apparently like really broken. Dr. Evil as a killer. Yeah, he kills him by just sending him out through the airlock in space or something. But I like the Demogorgon. I also really liked I think Freddy Krueger was already out, because I played some Freddy Krueger. He was pretty cool. I know some people say that Dracula is not a good character at all, because I didn't play when Dracula was out. Also, hi Cookie, how are you doing? Yeah, I heard Dracula is very, like, not good. Yeah, Freddy was one of the first. Yeah, I remember playing some Freddy. I just couldn't remember when he came out. It's hard to make an asymmetrical PvP game when everything is balanced. DBD probably came closer than most other games. Yeah, it's not like, you know, they made it where just one character is just so overpowered that everybody just plays as him. But Ghostface was one of the stronger ones. And I know the Xenomorph is one of the better ones, too. It reminds me of Dr. Acula. No, you know what also reminds me of, if you ever watched Rick and Morty, it reminds me of Coach Ferratu. Like, that was his name, like his actual vampire name. Yeah, Coach Ferratu. I'm not feeling the worst. Well, I hope you're feeling good soon, Cookie. I'm doing pretty okay. I'm a little hungry, though. I'm probably going to take a bit of a meal break here in a little bit. But things have been going pretty good. Kind of just chilling out, yapping. Probably going to be finishing this game off tonight, depending on how long I'm able to go on. But everything's been going pretty good. I'm still kind of sitting there anxiously waiting, but... Oh, wait. I need to go to the morgue. I went to the wrong room. I mean, I went to the right room. I forgot there's one other item at the morgue. This camera is really nice, by the way. Yeah, I forgot to get that. It doesn't, I mean, it helps that I have like 36 shotgun ammunition for each time. Alright, we gotta get to the generator room. Wait, where's the door? Yeah, right here. Perfect. Alright, so there's the axe. So the reason why I'm even bothering with these items, even after I don't really need them, is you still have to grab items on your 10-star run. Now I gotta go into the storeroom. Wow, I can't believe Coach Ferratu is a vampire. I haven't seen Rick and Morty, but I'm willing to bet Coach Ferratu is either a vampire. He was a vampire, but the joke was like everybody was so surprised that such a you know, like a low visibility person like a coach at a high school. It was so surprising that he was the vampire, and that was kind of the joke. And I remember the post-credits gag of that episode. It shows like the vampire lord coming out of his like the lake of blood or whatever they got in there, and he's informed that Coach Ferratu was killed. He's like, no bother. The human. Wait, what do you say his name was? Coach Ferratu. That was his name, like his actual vampire name. No, his actual name was Balak Alistane. He's like, why are we doing this freaking bullcrap? Think of the follow. Look him on in. Is that the Coach Ferratu gag there, Travis? Hang on, is that the coach? Yeah, I'm gonna see if that is. It probably is. Yeah, it is. Yeah, that's what it is. I won't say any more about it. That gag is so funny. From now on, no clever vampire name BS. Everyone's looking at me like I'm being the buzzkill. Am I being the buzzkill? I'm not? Okay, good. It's a really funny gag. That's like whenever Rick and Morty was still good. Yeah, that's the clip. That was season 2. Yeah, that's whenever Rick makes like a younger version of himself. It's really funny. Yeah, people hate about Rick and Morty nowadays because it's cool to do that, but it had some really good writing for its first few seasons. I mean, I thought it was funny. Did I give the light? I did. Okay. To be fair, the fan base for Rick and Morty also became insufferable. Yeah, because they thought you were supposed to be like intelligent. You were only intelligent people watch Rick and Morty, where it was one of the most nihilistic shows I've ever watched. No bother. The mortal shall... Wait, what do you say? I'm sorry, what? Yeah, he just does a double take. He's like, wait, what do you say his name was? Coach Ferratu. That was his name. Like his actual vampire name. From now on, vampires have to say their names like Alan Jefferson or something. Oh, wait, I don't have the map for this place. Wow. Yeah, that stuff was really funny. Okay, that's not right. Oh, wow, that's graphic. You're graphic. Nice, Heartstring. How's it going, dude? How's life been? Yeah, we're just kind of just blasting everybody up with a shotgun, you know, for kids. Doing all right, man. Just kind of just chilling out, taking care of all these nurses in here. You're late. No such thing as late. You're just fashionably early, even though that's not even even remotely the case. How's it get, Brando J? Yeah, Gav's a good friend. I'm glad he raided in. Meeting some new people. They sexy. Oh my gosh, Flexi. That's actually, I love that name. How you go? How's it going, guys? Yeah, shotgun for the kid. So you don't get the shotgun until late in the school. So the shotgun I'm just using on nurses. Yeah, there's no such thing as late. You know, we're all wizards like Gandalf. You arrive precisely when you mean to, or whatever the phrase actually is. The most unique vampire novel I've ever read was like a fisherman who only wrote one book, and it was actually incredible. What was this? I think the vampire. Did you ever watch 30 Days of Night? That was a really intense movie. I love that movie. Yeah, it's one of the coolest sets of vampires I've seen. They look like they got shark mouths.
What's this?
Give me the follow. Welcome on in, guys. Crimson Circuits. Welcome on in, buddy. How you doing? All I can think of is a movie, Short Circuit. And Johnny 5. What's this? Alright, now I gotta get out of here. Yeah, everybody coming in all cool. Yeah, I was gonna say, people coming in from Gav's raid. I know everybody. I can already vouch people are cool because coming in with knowing Gavitron. Alright, we gotta make it all the way back to the examination room on the first floor. Hey, I came on my own. Hey, that still makes you cool in my book, dude. I came from Raven. Raven is cool too. Yeah, I was gonna say Raven I've seen in different communities, and he's a pretty cool person. I'll definitely have to stop in and say hello to everybody at some point. Yeah, that's the other cool thing about Gremlin Hour streams, because you get to be up at like till the butt crack of dawn like I am. I work mostly overnights, so I usually go to like 6, 7 in the morning. We're gonna hopefully maybe try to beat this game tonight. Then we're gonna be doing the most rated M game ever, which is Banjo-Kazooie. So if you guys like platformers and RPGs, you're in a good space for that. Alright, where am I going next? Oh, wait a minute, hang on. There's something in here. I forgot all about this. Alright, so then I've got to go out to the, yeah, medicine room. Yeah, this camera angle is really nice. Alright, so we'll get this done. Then we will skip Lisa's cutscene. I've platinum Yuka Replay. I've heard Yuka Replay did a lot better job of the game than, say, you know, the original Ukulele, which I thought was really empty. That game felt super like a nothing burger. But apparently Replay does a better job of that. That's great to hear. I did like the Impossible Mage was The Impossible Maze was pretty fun. I like that one. I like how it's kind of keeping the spirit alive with Banjo-Kazooie, which I adore. Even it has been a long time since I've played that one. Impossible Lair, yeah. I'm terrible with names. Yeah, you're right. It was called Nightlife. Hang on, we got some dogs. Hang on. It was called Nightlife. Vampire would open his body in the darkness that consumed the streets, leaving behind nothing but water. That sounds like a cosmic horror kind of story. I could get behind that. Okay, so we are at 185. I think we need to keep this shotgun for the rest of the game because I have enough ammo for it. All right, now we're gonna go to central part of Silent Hill. We have the Twin Failure boss coming here pretty soon. All right, so we gotta head towards Simmons. Okay, all right. Yeah, we're specifically getting the bad ending right now. I can't about these graphics. How we progress. Yeah, it's even for like 1990 for 1999. This is some good graphic for 99. Yeah, the fact that we're gonna have a remake of this game coming out next year too. Well, that shotgun actually like killed him in one hit. Yeah, you guys gonna be playing the remake of this game whenever it comes out next year? You know, I think Harry's a much more sympathetic protagonist than James. Is this the alleyway? Yeah, it is. There he is. Oh, he's just straight up dead. Alright, come here. There we go. Yeah, now that I've played this game thoroughly, I'm probably going to play the first game remake now. Now I have a much better understanding of how this game goes. Alright, we got some rompers coming. We're going to go to the cafe. Cafe's right across the street. Yeah, you can hear him. There's one right there. Oh, that guy still got me. Wow. Wow, that was very annoying. And then people who fought him was just a ragtag group. A nerdy guy, sex worker, cab driver, and an unhoused guy. I mean, that's all you need to be able to just stop any villain, in my opinion. They got along as much as expected. Honestly, it was great. Well, I mean, that's like that trope of, you know, fire-forged friends. Like, they got an understanding of each other even if they don't like each other. I love that trope. Alright, we're gonna go to the antique shop now. Which should be this way. Yeah, we're going all the way up. I'm gonna kill any air screamers I see coming in. Uh-oh. There we go. So, yeah, rompers, the shotgun's not very good for them. I have no idea where he actually is. I guess we're just gonna keep going. I need to get better, because whenever we start doing the 10-star run, I need to just move and not have to hesitate for anything. I've seen people in the videos of that run make several, like, slippery mistakes, and they still had plenty of time. Oh, yeah, I better probably move. Yeah, this is when they have like 5 of those guys coming at you at the same time. I'm just gonna move. Oh, right here. Yeah, this game isn't particularly scary once you're used to it. Oh yeah, this camera is very nice. I get a lot better bearing on my environment doing this. Yeah, when we take the ad break in about 5 minutes, I'm gonna go get some food. The good news is I also don't have to waste time on saving on the 10-star run, because you can't save more than twice. Yeah, this camera angle is nice. Okay, so now we have to... Oh, there they are. There's two rompers right there. Alright, I tell you what. For these guys, we're going to go ahead and pull the laser out. Oh, there's that guy right there. Oh, he's still alive. There we go. Alright, I think now I'm going to put the shotgun back on. Alright, we're going to go ahead and go south. We're going to go ahead and go to Sagan Street, and we're going to go ahead and... Oh, wait, no, we don't have to do anything. We gotta go to the town center. Yeah, we don't have to do anything like that. That's right, all this stuff I don't have to do. There we go. Yeah, we're going to fight Twin Feeler. Twin Feeler is not that hard. You just gotta use a shotgun.
Cheryl!
Cheryl! Cheryl! I think it's this room. Yeah, it is. This is the jewelry shop we gotta stop by. Alright. There's the first aid. There's some rifle ammo in here too. There it is. So this should be give me like 36 per. We'll be fine with rifle ammo for the rest of the game when we get this. 60. Okay, so we got 30 each. Alright, then we're going to go fight Twin Feeler. Oops, there he is. Yeah, see, not hard. Yeah, Twin Feeler's easy. Alright, now we're going to go to the police station and probably start running. Police station sprint is very tough. Well, by tough, I mean it's intense. It's not tough, but you know what I mean. Oh, I guess I'm going back in. I was trying to kill that night flutter. Yeah, he's back. Okay, we gotta go. We're gonna go this way until we get to the next street, then we're gonna turn right. Okay, there are the ads, guys. I'm gonna go ahead and get some food, okay? I'm a little hungry, so I will be back a little longer in 3 minutes, but we'll run some BRB intros while we go get some food, so I'll be right back. Enjoy. That's pretty appropriate considering I'm playing that game next. Welcome back, guys. I also welcome in Witch House. Welcome back, Stony. Stony, you streaming today, dude? Yeah, cause you go later a little bit before I go off for the night. Yeah, what do you got going on today? All right, so we still got to make it to the police station, right? Pretty sure. Yeah, we're going this way. Oh boy. Alright, I think the police station is literally on the other side of the street. Well, down the street, but yeah. I'm probably not even going to bother with these guys whenever we do the 10-star run, actually. Whoops. Excuse me. Alright, now, what did that leave us as far as health? Okay, yeah, we're doing pretty alright. We're doing okay on our health pickups, too. Alright, we're going to grab some ammo, which I don't know why I'm grabbing this. I'm going to go grab some rifle ammo, because that's going to be very valuable. Alright, we're going back to the hospital. Alright, the hospital is going to be basically down the street. Alright, yeah, we're almost there. Man, having 3 of those things is crazy. Having 3 of those things is crazy. Alright, we're going to equip our rifle because that's our next fight. Against Float Stinger. Alright, yeah, we got Float Stinger coming. Oh, that's right, yeah, there's no enemies until you get to the boss. Whoops. Please don't tell me that hurt me. Oh yeah, it did, but... That definitely hurt me. Jeez, okay. This thing does a lot of damage. Hey, oh my gosh, I took Tori, guys. Go follow Tori EXE. She was playing some retro achievements for Tomb Raider 2 yesterday. How are you doing? It's good to see you. If I have a mod still awake, can I get a shout out to her, please? Yeah, we're gonna probably beat this game tonight. We're on 92%. But yeah, how was the rest of your TR2 run? Wow, I'm actually getting my butt kicked. Jeez. Also, when are you playing this game? This game scares me so bad. I don't know how you do it. It's I think it's like desensitizing. I think where I just play the game over and over. You know what I mean? Travis, have a good rest of your night. Thanks for hanging out, dude. I will be glad to be able to see you on tomorrow. Yeah, sleep well, buddy. Yeah, I'm getting ready to die. Wow. This game scared me so. Yeah, for me, I used to be really afraid of survival horror games, as a matter of fact. But yeah, you beat TR2 yesterday, didn't you? Because I know you're like a really expert TR speedrunner, which is really cool. We're going to shout out. What are you going to be going to next after TR2? Are you going to go to 3 or are you going to be doing something else? There we go. I need to do better about fighting this thing because we're losing a lot of time. Maybe Legend. Ooh, didn't Rye just play Legend or did he play Underworld? He played one of those. I know they played one of those for RetroAchievements on, I believe, PS2. Speaking of Rye, hi Rye. Yeah, I was gonna say we were just mentioning how you were playing Legend after Tori said that she was gonna play it. How you doing, Rye? Yeah, follow Rye as well, by the way. Yeah, I did the big Midwestern op just for you. But yeah, how you both doing? How's Dave the Diver been? We're probably gonna be trying to beat this game tonight. So I have to get the last bad ending, and then I have to get the 10-star run. It's gonna involve basically me watching a video and doing it step by step because I am not a good speedrunner in this game. Because I don't have the memory of all of my items. But yeah, I've been doing pretty good, man. Yeah, it's great to see you as well. Yeah, I've been doing pretty okay. Pretty normal weekend. Work was thankfully not a complete killer this week. Tori suggested Dave, and it's so addicting. It's kind of hard too, isn't it? I haven't played Dave the Diver, but I've heard it's pretty hard. If it's not hard, then you're an actual expert. So we're gonna keep the shotgun out. All right, we're gonna go ahead and take the bridge back over there. Yeah, I was just mentioning how we're probably either gonna finish this game or get pretty close to finishing this tonight. All right, we need to go down Crichton Street. Yeah, we got to do a 10-star run, which involves basically speed running the game in 90 minutes. But it's going to probably turn to about 3 hours because I'm constantly going to be pausing the game like that so it doesn't cook my time. Wait, I don't have a shotgun equipped. There we go. Yeah, I've been kind of getting the last ending tonight. Kind of having some good yapping sessions too. We're getting ready to go over to the sewers, which is going to be kind of scary. I think the sewers is the most stressful part of the game. No, I think it can be one of the most stressful, but the most stressful part of the game, I think, is probably that last stretch before you get to the boat. I was looking for a while and heard your story. Oh my gosh, that's that specific guy. I don't know. Like, here's the thing that I don't understand is whenever you have guys who just have like just some sort of like self-inflated sense of like how much of a stud they are, where you'll have guys be like, oh yeah, So what happened was, so I used to work at McDonald's as a manager, and one of the things I had seen was there was this guy, there's like this mid-40 bald guy, who clearly knew better than what he was doing. He looked like if you remember Price from, if you ever watched Better Call Saul, he looked like Price. But yeah, look up Price Better Call Saul. That's exactly what he looked like. But he kept asking for the female workers there to wipe down his table. And all he just did was just look lecherously at their butts while they were bending over, wiping the table down. And eventually, of course, we all caught on and just, could only accept it well, we didn't accept it, but we basically only we had enough eventually, and basically asked the GM if he could just get the guy kicked out, which he did. But yeah, we have guys like that all the time. I remember one time there was this old man who basically sexually harassed a worker by saying that if he was 20 years younger, and he wasn't like using like any euphemism to describe what he was gonna do to her or try to do to her, but it was like very like he was just saying it out loud. I'm like, yeah, that guy needs to go. Yeah, he was pretty gross. Yeah, you think like old country rednecks out here in the middle of Illinois, they'll say pretty much anything. Yeah, they have no shame about being perverts. Yeah, I have seen some of the most perverted people out here. They're like all, what? Oh, hi. You know, they'll be just, just kind of just sitting there, scratching their nuts, going, hey, you're beautiful. You know, something like that. Yeah, they do it in a very, like, if you think of like an old bumpkin kind of way, that was pretty much exactly how it worked. Oh gosh, we have these guys coming. Wait, where am I going? My camera messing me up. This guy's on me. Alright, so it takes 2 shotgun blasts to kill that guy. Yeah, they basically had all the charm and suaveness of a dead cat, basically. I hear somebody else. See, if you think anything should be scary in this game, you should be afraid of these things. These things are not fun to fight. These little lizard-like things out here, not fun. I think they're the most stressful because there's a part in this game where you get ambushed by 3 of them and you gotta run the opposite direction. Like, you're definitely encouraged not to fight them. But yeah, I got a lot of McDonald's stories. Have you guys ever worked fast food or retail? There's a lot of fun stories. And by that, I mean about as fun as a colonoscopy, but that's something else entirely. At least shotguns are very effective on these guys. Rifle even more so. My first job was at McAllister's. What is McAllister's? Then I look up at GameStop. Oh! Hang on, what is a McAllister's? I've never heard of that. McAllister's Deli. Yeah, I've never heard of this. Oh, apparently they have McAllister's like here where I live at. Okay, there's 3 locations. I've never heard of this before in my life. So, was it kind of like a Subway? I've been lurking, but I gotta head out. Dizzy, it was wonderful meeting you. I'm looking forward to your streaming soon next month. Guys, Dizzy's gonna be streaming some FF7 Remake here very soon, so definitely give them a follow as well. But yeah, have a good rest of your night, Dizzy. Sleep well. Think early 2000s soup and sandwich place. We used to have a Panera Bread. That's kind of what I'm thinking of as well, too. Yeah, have a good rest of your night, Dizzy. I have managed a fast food place before for so stressful for what purpose? McAllister's had some bomb drinks. At least Panera did. I mean, yeah, was it Panera that had that toxic energy drink that was basically like 5 coffee cups in 1 drink? That's what I'm making think of that. Yeah, Panera. I like Panera bread, but having to work in a spot like that whenever you have a bunch of old curmudgeon people, that'd be kind of intense too. He was also really intense. Freaking Jared, guys, go follow Jared. Jared is a big survival horror fan like myself too. We got some cool people in with the raid as well. JB, my friend, my amigo, my compatriot. We got Spectral, we got Jared, we got Michaela coming in. How's it going, everybody? Yeah, you're quite welcome, Dizzy. I'll see you next time. I typically stream weekend Gremlin hours like I do now, so I'll be wonderful seeing you later on, too. I want to hear all about your stream, Jared. How was Elden Ring? But yeah, welcome on in, everybody. If you guys have not met me before, which I'm pretty sure everybody from Jared's raid, we kind of share a very close community mutualness here. So if you guys have not met me for whatever reason, though, my name is JB. I'm playing some Silent Hill 1 on Retro Achievements. It's going very well, Michaela. You should be following Michaela as well. Follow Spectral Hyde as well, too. We are probably either going to finish this game up tonight or tomorrow. We are on our last ending run-through. And then we are going to do our 10-star ranking run, which is basically going to be the speed run. But I'm going to be pausing the game like this all the time because I'm a big old cheeser. We beat the Elden Ring DLC. Congratulations. That was Mesmer, wasn't it? Is that who that was? The final boss killed me 109 times. Fought him for about 4 to 5 hours. It's funny you say that because if anybody's not been in the loop so far, what's been going on, we're waiting for our application for partner. It is currently in the waiting room period right now. So if I have to go do the promise that I said if I get partner, we're gonna be playing Sekiro here pretty soon too. Promise Consort Rod Red Dawn. Isn't that guy from Mortal Kombat? The guy with the hat and the lightning across my face. Yeah, it's really exciting and also really nerve-wracking too. We're if we don't finish this game up tonight, we're gonna be finishing up tomorrow for sure, and then we're gonna be moving on for our next retro achievement game, which is gonna be Banjo Kazooie. Anybody who knows Banjo Kazooie knows how exciting that's gonna be. That's right. I know it's right. Sekiro wasn't. Yeah, so I made a promise. I just did a throwaway. If I get partner, I'm gonna play a platinum run through of Sekiro, and I'm kind of excited and nervous. I'm gonna have to eventually go fulfill that promise. Actually, I appreciate you guys. Thank you very much. Radon sent me into a craze. Michaela and friends gave me new life. What do you mean by that? Like, what did they do? They like just they didn't like resuscitate you with one of those defibrillators, did they? Because honestly, that would probably do it. Or new life with the Heimlich maneuver. They did the defibrillator, huh? Oh, Michaela. Okay, so Michaela, do you remember when I was playing A Bug's Life? Because we had Michaela raid in here whenever I was playing A Bug's Life back in September or October. Do you remember when I was doing that level when you raided in and I was trying to get all those green and the blue tokens in 65 seconds? I had to do those crazy jumps. So, come to find out, there is somebody on YouTube who did a video of him getting all the achievements in A Bug's Life, and he shouted me out and used my video as a reference for the video. So I thought that was really cool. And this is like one of those like pretty. It came out like 4 days ago, and it's got about 34,000 views. So the fact that my VOD channel is actually putting some like helping people get their achievements done. It's really cool. Yes, thank you. I didn't even know what happened until one of my friends shouted or gave me she tagged me in a post on Blue Sky about it. So that was pretty cool. In fact, I'm gonna go find the video for you guys. Hang on. And I'm gonna go find the video. But yeah, he did the Bugs Life Retro Achievements. Yeah, let me link the video. This is the video that I got shouted out on. Hang on, I'm gonna link it now. So yeah, that was the video I got shouted out in. That was really cool. I don't know. It's just like it was really cool to see that. Yeah, his run through was really good too. Yeah, he had gotten the achievements too. Triple Ripple Raid. Hi, Argod. How's it going, dude? Thanks for coming with the raid. Yeah, Gav, Raven, and Peter Pan came in a little while ago. Pretty cool people. Gav's a lovely person. I know I'm like 2 hours late, but it's good. Yeah, it's good to see you as well, man. How's it going? What do you got going on tonight? Yeah, of course. Yeah, Jared and other raiders too. Please go ahead and anybody who needs to go ahead and raid and run following Jared's lead. It is like 1 in the morning, so yeah, definitely please go ahead and raid and run if you got to, man. And appreciate you leaving the lurk. That dude, yeah, you gotta get some rest. Yeah, you definitely earned it. Congratulations again on the DLC. Yeah, go follow Jared if you guys haven't followed him before either. And I appreciate the words. But yeah, I don't know. I just thought that was a really cool thing because whenever ooh, yeah, Argot, thanks for the coming with a raid as well. Again, we don't talk about being late. No such thing as late. But yeah, I hope you get some good rest, buddy. I'll be lurking weirdly for no reason sometimes. Hey, we're a very big lurking community here. I very much encourage that. I appreciate the words, and I appreciate you leaving the lurk as well. Yeah, sleep well, dude. Yeah, yeah. We don't. Nobody here is late. No, you're being fashionable with your time. That's all we say about that. I don't remember how many more of these guys are in here. We're currently getting lost in the sewers. We were right. Yeah. We're basically Gandalf. That's exactly right. This place can get really stressful. I was talking about earlier. There's a section where 3 scratchers ambush you, and you gotta run. Yeah, so we're doing this last ending, and then we're gonna do the speed run. By speed run, I am going to pause it constantly because I am not a good speed runner of this. Yeah, Spectra, what do you got going on tonight, dude? Also, yeah, you've been streaming too, haven't you? How's streams been? Hopefully, it's been pretty good. And you'll be following Michaela as well too. Michaela is playing some Resident Evil 3, the remake, which I wasn't a big fan of, but don't let that paint your perception of it. No problem. I like how the watch party went so fast. You're just like, screw it, we're going back on Twitch. But nothing wrong with that. Yeah, did you manage to get your thing fixed with the gameplay in 3? Yeah, I think the problem I have with Resident Evil 3, I'll go ahead and say it because it's not really much of a spoiler for you. It's the length. It's a short game. It's like a watered down version of the original. You're welcome, dude. You've been rotating between Dark Souls 2, Chrono Trigger, and Pokemon Nuzlocke. What Pokemon game have you been Nuzlocking on? I've been doing retro achievements of Pokemon Emerald in my own time. That's been a lovely time. I am almost 50% done. Fire Red. How's the team looking? Yeah, so I am at the Battle Frontier right now, and I have the silver symbol for the Battle Factory. We're working on gold right now. It's still lagging really bad. I think I would have to uninstall the game. Oh, really? You don't think there's like a leak or like a GPU leak or anything like that? It's not a computer issue, I assume, right? We wiped attempt 5 at Silph Co, so I'm starting a new run. Silph Co can be actually kind of hard, especially if you don't know how to get through it very quickly. And then you have 2 boss fights against your rival and then Giovanni. It is very short. Honestly, it feels more like it would, yeah, it's for a lot of people who've been enjoying the renaissance of Resident Evil games that's been coming out. 3 is definitely, in my opinion, the worst one. And it's like not like it's not like a bad game. It's just they could have just done so much more, Oh, so it's just basically just a crappy game then, huh? No, I hope that they're able to find some kind of enjoyment from that. Yeah, they were trying to strike. I think they tried to get the lightning in the bottle that they did for the RE2, and they just couldn't get that again. Valiant effort by Capcom, but you can't like get 100% all the time, So I am lost. I won't blame Capcom for like one miss when it comes to so many like different good things that they've had going on lately. What did I say about Emerald? Oh yeah, so for Emerald, I am going to work on the Battle Factory. So I'm getting my team together for the other facilities. I have Swampert because that's who I picked, and then I caught Latios. We're gonna try to go get Metagross after the factory. I almost beat my rival in Silphco, then Charizard spammed Flamethrower like crazy. I don't like how. I mean, I like how in the remakes, the move pools are a lot more competent, but it's like a double-edged sword, I hear somebody. They were slots. Oh wait, this. Oh shoot. There we go. That hurt me a little bit. Yeah. Yeah, we do offer prizes for getting 3 in a row on the slot. Somebody won earlier today. They got a free Pokemon sticker. My brain was telling me, heal your strongest again. He's gonna do it again. I didn't listen. The gut feeling. I hate those bugs. When I'm big and strong like you, I'll squash them all. Anybody know what game that's quoting from? Until then, remember that Supercharge makes you invincible. I said Supercharge. You should know what game that is. Yeah, sorry. Sounds familiar. It is very familiar. Oh gosh, we have these things. Okay, so we've got these hanging scratchers on the ceilings. We got to snipe these guys. Come on. There you go. It'll always kill him in 2 shots. You have to stand still to use it, though. Yeah, it always kill him in 2 shots. Okay. I love the way he's holding the gun. Oh, hang on, hang on. You mean like this? He's holding like it's an elephant gun. In run 6, I'm making sure I try to not let Ivysaur get way too high than the rest of the party to avoid the Silph-Co incident again. Is that like the best starter you can use for a Nuzlocke? Because I figured like Squirtle or Charmander would be better. Especially for early game, because Charmander can just take care of... Wow, I spit, sorry. Can just kind of just take care of things with Ember, you know? But I guess you have to deal with Squirtle from your rival. Yeah, I think that'd be hard. Hey, buddy, what's going on, Bit? How's it going? Guys, you guys be following Bit Wizard too. He's been playing a whole bunch of really cool retro games. You just finished up Final Fantasy X not too long ago, didn't you? Yeah, go check out Bit Wizard. Yeah, I remember you were playing some FF10. I think you were already in Sin the last time you had done that, haven't you? Yeah, I'm just chilling out. We're doing the last ending of Silent Hill. Then we're gonna try to go for the speed run. I have my starter get picked by whatever the final number is. Oh, so if it's like 1 or 2, it's Ivysaur, 3, 4, so on and so forth, right? How many runs have you done now? So I have done 4 runs. We did a good plus ending, good ending, bad plus ending, and then the UFO ending. We're going for bad, and then we got to go for the 10-star ranking, which is going to be a real pain in the butt. So that's going to require beating the game in about 90 minutes. And we got to pick up, I think, most of the items, all the special items, and the good plus ending. So that's going to be kind of intense. Yeah, I'm thinking I'm probably doing Final Fantasy X-2 myself here in a little while. Because I think it's been a pretty reasonable amount of time between those 2 games. I never recommend anybody play X-2 after 10. The whiplash is just so strong, you know? Yeah, everybody been playing. They were all playing FF10 for a little while. You're playing some... What are you playing now, dude? Yeah, I think I didn't remember. I think you were playing the Xenosaga games, weren't you? How are those going? I've never played those. Yeah, you are playing Xenosaga. Those games are really expensive, too. You are playing Xenosaga. How are you liking it? 1 to 3 the Bulbasaur, 4 to 6 the Squirtle, 7 to 9 to Charmander. At least you have a 1 in 10 chance of picking who you want. It's awesome, man. Top tier. I have heard some good... Oh, shoot. Hang on. I've heard nothing but good things about the Xenosaga series. Hang on. I gotta kill this guy. Ah, he's dead. No, he's not dead. No, he's dead. So that is on my list. I want to eventually get through all 3 of those episodes. I also want to try to get... So I may have recently gotten Xenogears for the PlayStation 1. I found like a pretty good copy and got that. So I'm thinking next time after we get another RPG game on the rotation, we're going to probably be playing either Final Fantasy VIII or Xenogears. And I've never played Xenogears before in my life. So the only thing I know about that game is I heard there is a ton of exposition. So that's be kind of intense. Yeah, I'm going to probably either play FF8 or Xenogears. Yeah, first playthrough on Xenogears. I'm excited. Which, yeah, I've heard nothing but good things about that game. The thing that, so the other exposure I've had to that game, besides people telling me about how much dialogue there is so somebody showed me because I'm really big on video game music. I think his character's name is Emperor Groff. I heard his theme, and that was really good. I really like that song. So that's the only exposure to that game I've ever had. 10-2 is so funny when it first happened, but now you can really separate the 2. I don't know. I'm glad they kind of released 10-2 not too much longer after 10 because it was still on the PlayStation 2. I wish I knew the context as to why it felt more like a Charlie's Angels kind of feel, which, I don't have any kind of issue with that because I think it's great gameplay. But I always wondered why the aesthetic and the atmosphere just felt so different, It has a lot of dialogue, but the story is outstanding, dude. The scope is unparalleled. I'm getting some good hype here. And I've heard nothing but the good things. Sometimes whenever I'm getting a desire to play a game long enough, I'll just forego the vote and just be like, hey, we're playing this game. So what I got going on the backlog right now is we're probably be playing Banjo-Kazooie after this. And I don't know, well, we also got FF10 too. Then I don't know, I might be trying to put Xenogears into there. Yeah, because The more I see people play a game several times on Twitch, the desire to play it happens more and more. I think there's another creeper in here. Hang on, let's equip the shotgun. If it wasn't for the fact that this game is just so short, I would have been like, dude, you should be playing Silent Hill again. But yeah, this game is really short, especially if you do a speed run. I think this game's got better replay value than Resident Evil 1, though, because a lot of the... Oh! Me monologuing. So, have you played Xenogears, Michaela? Yeah. I hear nothing but good things, but never have really can't... you know, I'd like to talk more about it whenever I actually play it. Because, you know, people are like, hey, what do you have opinion about this game on? And I wish my scope of knowing about those things would be just a larger scope, because, you know, I'm not going to be around forever, so I'd like to play as much under my belt as I can, you know. Yasunori Mitsuda is... Oh, okay, they did soundtrack as well. That's an automatic, I really need to play this. Because if you know me, and me being a big fan of video game music, I loved the soundtrack to Chrono Trigger. I loved Chrono Cross, and he also did a Bomberman game, which I really enjoyed the soundtrack to that game. Yeah, Bomberman 64, the second attack was excellent. I haven't yet. I bought a PS3 like 2 years ago, so I could get it digitally still, and still haven't done it. Well, you better do it in the PS3 store pretty soon, because it's going to shut down. But I really should, since I played all the Xenoblades. I played Xenoblade Chronicles, the first game. I've not played X, 2, or 3. I'd like to. That's, again, also in the backlog. Yeah, Xenoblade Chronicles, the first game, with Shulk, loved it. I played it back on the Wii before he was even in Smash Bros. I'm still mad at them. Oh, but as far as the digital, yeah. I mean, it's gonna have some nasty side effects too, because like we were talking about earlier about this, you know, people are gonna be resorting to piracy to getting the game whenever they don't have access to it anymore, or they're gonna be shelling out a lot of money for physical copies. Which, you know, video game, especially in the retro category, they are not cheap most days anymore. I love Shulk. He's my son. There's a lot of people who like who don't like Rhine. I liked Rhine. I could tell you the character I don't like. I don't like Riki. I think what they call the Nopon. I think those guys are really annoying. I don't know what it is about Riki. He just kind of just got on my nerve. Hey, you're not gonna hear the backpedaling sounds from me, dude. I don't like Riki. I think he's just annoying. How dare? Am I gonna get crucified by the whole retro community because of that, or the Xenoblade rather? Maybe that might be another reason why I owe another playthrough. Yeah, maybe I need to have a different perspective about why Riki annoyed me. Oh yeah, Riki is the favorite at Nippon. They'll get you. Gosh, I'm gonna have to basically have the wall at my back the whole time. Oh gosh. Riki is really good. So, okay, gameplay-wise, I did not have a problem with him. He was excellent as far as a party member. I found a lot of use out of him. But it's like, I don't know. I think one of my pet peeves about those kind of games, well, just games in general, is whenever you have a character speak in third person, I think it just kind of automatically makes me annoyed. But that's kind of like, I don't know, a deeper hole. With how much you all talk about Xenoblade, if it wasn't a game I'd still have to purchase, I think Wifey and Screams would allow me to just say we're playing that after Chrono. It's an excellent game. I was going to say, if you've never played that before, because you don't have a lot of people being on the bandwagon for the Xenoblade series, I think still the first game holds up incredibly well. And that soundtrack, I prefer the Wii version soundtrack, but the remaster soundtrack they did for the Switch, it's pretty good. Yeah, I think it's got one of the most excellent soundtracks. Especially the battle and boss themes, you know. Okay, we're going this way. Xenosaga has been fantastic. I'm interested. So, it's really funny how there's like PlayStation 2 games back in those days. They were in multiple installments. I'm aware Episode 3 is really hard to get a hold of. But I always thought it was interesting how they were able to do things like that back in the day, where you could get benefits to your game by having save data. Because that's how it was for me when I played the Dot Hack series, the original quadrology. It's far more sci-fi than Xenoblade is. Would you say? So I have seen Xenoblade Chronicles X. That felt incredibly sci-fi for me too. I would assume even more so. Which I'm okay with sci-fi because I've actually played Rogue Galaxy before. I will always recommend the first game out of all of them. With wife just said because you have to buy it, you gotta let it win the vote. If I ever put it on the vote, I will. It's more really okay. So, kind of surprised actually. It's sci-fi like how Star Trek is. See, and then Rogue Galaxy, because I'm going to make a comparison with Rogue Galaxy, because that is another sci-fi PlayStation 2 games I played. That felt more like Star Wars. And I don't mean that in like the most beneficial or the most positive statement I've ever said. But Rogue Galaxy was fine. So if I'm making some unfair comparisons with Xenosaga, because I've never played that, so I don't know. Also, hey, what's going on, Heat? Xenoblade 2 is really good. I've heard everybody say 3 was the best one, but I guess it's kind of, again, like a subjective view. Alright, watch this. I'm gonna get ambushed. This is when you need to run. Yeah, just don't stop. You got 4 of these things chasing you down. I only beat Rogue Galaxy like 3 years ago. I like the gameplay of it. The gameplay was pretty good. I'm gonna wait till the remaster comes out. Oh yeah, I guess they're working on that. Do you think they're gonna be working on Xenoblade Chronicles 3 as far as that remaster is gonna be happening too? Especially now that that series is beginning a lot more traction than it was like a decade ago. Yeah, I remember when Xenoblade was still kind of a niche or more of a smaller fan base, and it's gotten a lot of traction now. They are doing all 3 games. Well, now eventually I'm going to get into the bandwagon there. Yeah, Xeno... Xeno Gear is definitely going to be coming first. Because I feel like that one has gotten a very good legacy. Alright, we got to juke these guys. Yeah, there's 4 of those things guarding the door. Just get out of there. Yeah, I'd say the sewers are actually pretty stressful. You have those scratchers all over the place. See, the problem with the scratcher, they do, I think, they get you to half health in, I think, 2 hits. So I think they kill you in 5 hits. I don't think any of them take themselves as seriously as Xenogears does. That game does not pull punches. I have heard the... Again, I don't want to speak from somebody who feels like I know what I'm talking about when I don't, because I haven't played it, but I've heard there are, I guess for a broad term, symbolism. I don't know if it's like religious symbolism or just more philosophical. I heard it's very philosophical. And for philosophical games like that for me, I always wonder if, people interpret it certain ways, if it's more of an open-ended interpretation, or if there's like very clearly defined symbolism that the game shamelessly acknowledges, because like how Silent Hill is very ambiguous as far as a lot of its well, that's not like religious or philosophical symbolism, but how it's very vague on a lot of its storytelling. I was wondering if Xenogears was like that. There's a good bit of both, and I'm great with that. I like it whenever games are able to tackle topics that you don't see a lot of games actually tackle, even in the concept of it being the 90s. I think that came out in 98, 99, something like that. But yeah, I love it whenever games are willing to tackle topics you don't see a lot of people talk about. I mean, even for the 90s, I was still like talking about religious symbolism was still kind of a new thing. I think Breath of Fire 2 was kind of the first game that really started bringing not necessarily religious symbolism, but just religion in general. That game was kind of one of the first to do that. If anything, I would say the story is so expansive and deep that it's hard to even understand it in a single playthrough. If you want to talk about it, yeah, I'll definitely take you up on that. Yeah, we get to Xenogears and we go through that. Yeah, I'd love to pick your brain on that. Xenogears definitely have that religious theme. I'm kind of welcoming that, because especially at the time where, again, like I said, that games didn't really do that often, it would feel like a kind of a fresh experience. Well, especially for somebody who hadn't played it, you know. So I like when themes are willing to, as you say, pull no punches. I respect that a lot. And that was also back then whenever Squaresoft was just not pulling any punches for all of their games either. The PS1 era, we were talking about this over in Bit's stream about a few days ago. The old Squaresoft era on the PlayStation 1, immaculate. So does Devil May Cry 4... Oh, so does that one. I love those things being talked about. Yeah, Devil May Cry 4, at that point, that was already like an established trope, but it being... I like having like actual like symbolism, like... See, I don't mind it being... That's like kind of more on the nose, isn't it, for Devil May Cry? I wouldn't even mind that either. It's cool they have the balls for that, especially both with being with Nintendo. Oh, so yeah, Breath of Fire. Yeah, that was on the Super Nintendo. Yeah, that was back then whenever Nintendo was censoring all of those games back in too. But no, the whole church being corrupt and full of evil, that was kind of a new thing. You'd see it with Final Fantasy X, and you would see it with a lot of the Tales games, but you didn't see it that often back in those days, which I love, you know. Not to be at the risk of talking in circles, but... Alright, we are out of these tunnels. I like how we were talking the whole time while I was in the sewers. I'm already out of there. So our next location is going to be the... Okay, so we're going to skip the bar in the Indian Runner because we are going for the bad ending this time. We can't talk to Dr. Kaufman. I mean, we can, but we don't have to do the thing he's talking about. So we're going to skip that. Yeah, we're gonna skip all of that. So all we got to do is just go back to the F on Sanford, pick up the item, and we're gonna go to the boat at the lakeside. All right. I am probably gonna keep my right. I think I'll keep the shotgun out actually. Yeah, we're doing okay as far as ammunition. All right, now I think we're gonna go. Yeah, we're gonna go south till we get to the edge. See, this particular spot here, especially during the alternate school, we don't really have to worry about killing enemies. Because you'll find plenty of your kills for the 10-star run in the indoor areas. Especially when you respawn the nurses. Oh, we'll kill this thing. Oh gosh! You know, now when there's 3 of them here. I got plenty of ammo. Question is, what's my health look like? Ah, bad. There we go. Alright, so we'll now actually have a map this time, because last time I went through this, I didn't have a map. We were doing the no map achievements. I think it's this way. Yeah, it is. There's some items over here. Alright, we are going to go ahead and cross the bridge because we're not doing any of the Kaufman stuff. So to get the bad, like the worst ending, you gotta kill Sybil at the amusement park. And you gotta skip the Dr. Kaufman side quest like I just did. If you want the good ending, you have to save Kaufman. Alright, so we know we have another onslaught here. There's going to be some items in that alleyway, and then we just got to run to the lake. I don't like fighting out here because it's so dark. You know, I'm also really getting kind of tired of these guys, so I'm gonna pull out the rifle. Where is it? Oh, no, so much for that. There's more shotgun. Alright, we're gonna run the whole way, I think. Yeah, we're gonna go to the boat. How long have I been live? Okay, so not even 5 hours. We'll probably have time to do a 10-star run. Yeah, unfortunately, since like I said, I'm not that well versed in the game enough to be able to do it just like in one go. I am gonna use a video reference to try to get the 10-star run, but that should probably take us the rest of the stream. Now, when I get back to the boat, I am gonna go put some shotguns on. Whoop. There we go. There's the boat. I'm gonna go ahead and top myself off. Yeah, there's a whole lot of games that I'm probably going to be foregoing the votes on. Whenever I have a desire to play games, I just forego the voting process and I just play them if I'm feeling completely up to it. So, that'll be probably a lot of games. Well, not a lot. Probably quite a few games moving forward after Banjo-Kazooie. So I'm thinking I might close the voting for a while after we start Banjo. Okay, we gotta go to the lighthouse. We're gonna go ahead and put on the shotgun. Alright, so we're already almost completely maxed out on shotgun and rifle. Oh, crap. Okay, well, he's dead. Is he? Wait. Oh, okay, he's still alive. No, he's not. Something else. Yeah, that thing. I wish that shotgun was able to, like, stagger him more. He's dead, right? Yeah, he's dead. Where is he? Oh, there he is. At least shotgun, I know, will take care of him immediately. Oh yeah, they're over here. Oh, hello. Wait, is he still alive? No, he's not. Okay. Oh, here comes a bird. I think that took care of him already. Yeah, it did. Wow, I think it shot him in one hit. Okay. I think there's another one. Yeah, there is. Where is he? Oh, there he is. There we go. Okay, no, that hurts me a little bit. I know that guy's still alive. Wait, is he already downstairs? I think he's this way. I don't know where he went. He must have fallen down. Huh. Okay. I think this guy's still alive too. Yeah, he's alive. Oh boy! Well, it's something doing. There we go. He's dead. Okay. Oh, I hear dogs. Oh, hello. Man, there's 3 dogs here. I think I'm just gonna run to the lighthouse. Yeah, it's right there. Alright, so now we just gotta go back upstairs and downstairs. So now, after we do that, we just gotta go to the sewers. Again. Do the amusement park, and then we can go to the last area and beat the game. I haven't done anything to save Sybil, so... Alright, so now we're gonna do that. Alright, now we gotta make it to the I think we get a flashback or a flash forward to the sewers again. This is really annoying me. I don't know how bad that left. Oh my gosh, yeah, that almost killed me. Alright, let's reload, man. My accuracy just went to the crapper, for sure. Alright, then we're gonna make our way to the, sewers. That's right, and then we're going this way? Yeah, we are. Okay. Yeah, I was just gonna avoid that guy, but... That's the sewers. Am I getting ready to die? No, I'm fine. There we go. Which is perfect because we're going to go to a ad break here. I better probably top myself off too. Yeah, I'd better. Alright, so we'll go do that. And I think we're going to have an ad break coming. So, alright. I'm going to go take an ad break, guys. I'll see you guys in about 3 minutes. I'm going to go get some refreshment and walk around for a little bit to get that blood flowing. So, I'll see you guys in about 3 minutes, okay? Be right back. I'm sorry, what were those lyrics, Michaela? Also, welcome back. Hi. So we don't have much left before we get to the end of this game, this run here, and we are almost done with the bad ending, which is cool. Which is not cool because the bad ending is depressing. Alright, so we gotta get out of here. So this is where the mumblers are, which is really funny because mumblers are the enemies in the, I think the PAL region. Alright, let's get going. Yeah, I have the shotgun too. Yeah, look at this guy. There we go. Yeah, you guys are just basically the same person. Oh crap! There's one on the ceiling. I really don't like fighting these guys in the ceiling. There we go. Maybe better keep this rifle out. There we go. Having to deal with so many of these guys is pretty stressful. Well, that's a dead end. That's a dead end too. It's over here. This is where the mumblers show up. Yeah, that guy. Alright, he's just straight up dead. Alright. We're gonna probably have some scratchers on the ceiling. There we go. Oh, there's one. Alright, so that's taken care of. I don't remember how many more hanging scratchers are in here, but we're already almost out. Oh, there's one. Uh-oh. There we go. Man, that one always gets me. I forget all about it. Alright, we're gonna go fight Sybil. We got to kill her with the rifle. Which, how much ammunition do I even have for that thing? 148, okay. Well, 144. Yeah, we'll be fine. Where did that leave me as far as health? Okay, we're fine. That's pretty cool. Hey, there's a flower lollipop. Welcome back. Alright. I think we're going this way. Here for the flowers. Well, spectral. Alright, I think it's this way. I get lost a lot here. Alright, we're gonna go fight Sybil. Which, all I gotta do is just get rid of her ammunition. We should be alright. well, that's not it. Wow, that was weird. Things froze up. No, I think this is it already. Yeah, it is. Okay. Alright, so we're going to have her waste all her ammunition on the pistol. Yeah, make her just keep juking it. Oh, I'm dead. Oops. Turns out I didn't have full health, so a gun realistically kills you in one hit. Alright, we just saved, so that's fine. Hey, what's going on, Star? How's it going, dude? How much damage did you do here? Okay, so she almost killed me. There we go. Now we shouldn't die in one gunshot. Oh, crap. Shot me again. Yeah, that gun almost kills you in one hit. What do you got going on today, dude? Ooh, long day. Hopefully not a stressful day. I'm doing pretty alright, man. Not a very busy weekend, all things considered. Just kind of just dodging a gun. Oh. Or not dodging a gun. But I'm doing pretty alright, man. Yeah, I forgot. This fight's actually kind of tough, because she shoots you in like 2 bullets, you're pretty much dead. Alright, I'm gonna try loading. Maybe that'd be a lot better. Let me give you a shout out. My keyboard works. There we go. How's FF13 been? There's been a lot of people playing that game too. You're almost like Neo for a second there. Well, it's good to do it like that, because otherwise if she wastes her bullets, all she can do to kill you is get close to you. So it's almost like a necessity. I think I went the wrong way. Yeah, it's good to be able to like try to strafe the shots with the L1 and the R1 button. FF13 is awesome. I think FF13 is a much better game than people gave it credit for. Because, you know, like it didn't feel like a Final Fantasy game whenever you first play it. But I mean, it still has a lot of the Final Fantasy elements, you know what I mean? So I think that game is plenty good. And a lot of people there was a lot of criticism about the hallway simulator kind of statement that they made. FF10 did it first, and people love that game. It feels more like Final Fantasy than 15 and 16 too. Agreed. Completely agree with that. 15 and 16 just felt like, everyone loves the Kingdom Hearts and then like the stagger system. We're going to keep doing that. FF13 is so fire. She has limited ammo there. Yeah, she does. She's got like, I think 7 bullets. It's been good. I played it when it first came out, but never beat it. Not that I have touched it since, but I don't remember anything. What chapter are you on for that game? Yeah, this should be over here. Yeah, I remember the paradigm shift system that they have for the battle is really good. I love how innovative it is too, and you can just do it on a dime. You know, I think it's great for that. I'm pretty sure I went the wrong way again. Yeah, I sure did. Yeah, it's easy to get lost in here. Nor have I. I just got to chapter 5 last week. You know what was really annoying? So, I don't remember. I won't say. It's not like a story-related boss or anything like that. But I remember there's this one boss in there. Is he really alive? No, he's not. There's a boss in there called the Aster Protoflorian. I remember that boss is the one that you really got to know how to fully learn the paradigm shift, or you just either don't beat him or you just take a really long time. But that and the there's other boss fights that have like kind of annoying time limit mechanics. Yeah, we went completely the wrong way. Jeez. That's the exit, or the entrance. But yeah, once you like get past those tough fights and you learn what they want you to learn, I think it's great. It just takes a while to get going, you know? Yeah, people made arguments that it was a hallway simulator, which I think is completely like superficial at best. I thought 13's system was so enjoyable, really. Yeah, I do too. Yeah, the fact that the thing is, you don't have to do like their pre-built, you know, they have like pre-built paradigm setups that you can do. They give you plenty of opportunity to set things up for yourself too. Yeah, it's a very customizable system. Yeah, I like getting lost in here. I don't know about you guys, but... Alright, so the save point should be right over here, right? Yeah, right over there. Okay, so I think it's over here. I think it's... Ah, here it is. Okay. Yeah, I'm not like really a big fan of 13.2 or Lightning Returns. I think that was just kind of like, I don't know. They took away party members, basically. You have 2 in 13.2 and then 1 in Lightning Returns. How many bullets did that gun have? That was 9 bullets. 10. Oh, yeah, it's 10. Okay, she has 10 bullets. She takes a lot of bullets, by the way. Like, a lot. Does stagger her a little bit, at least. See, that's what a gun should do more often in this game, is stagger them. Just Harry just kind of just backing up constantly is kind of funny to me. Oh, there we go. Yeah, I think 5 bullets is what staggers her. Oh, hang on. I think that actually still hurt me quite a bit. Not as much as the gun. Yeah, the gun is like really bad. There we go. So, she dies horribly. She was just giving him a little cheek rub. Yeah, there you go. You mean, hopefully you mean his face, though, right?
I figured.
Alright, we're gonna pull that shotgun back out. We're, going to nowhere. Literally. Harry. Alright. Yeah, we're doing pretty okay as far as our stuff, too. And then we have 143 to work with. We still have a lot of ammo for the rifle. Oh, hello. Wow, like point blank shotgun shots will just kill him. Yeah, this 10-star run is going to be very slow and methodical. Even though it's technically not supposed to be, but there's no way I'm going to do that by memory. Yeah, this camera right here is great to get your bearings together, because they don't have that fixed angle to deal with most of the time. I'm getting used to trying doing things in a fast motion, because that'll help for the 10-star run too. That's full egg. That's... There we go, it's in there. Oh yeah, we're gonna do this cutscene. I'm not gonna watch a cutscene though. It's good music though. I always debate trying to watch a cutscene because the music's really good. They went the wrong way. Yeah, this is it. Okay. So that is 6. All this little sci-fi alien noise going on in the background too. That's 4. You know, technically I should have been 5 because that bull tail should have counted. Oh. I don't remember where exactly I was going. I think it's this door. Yeah, it is. I think it's across the elevator. Yeah, it is. This room. Ugh. That's my reaction to breaking glass. Key of Haggoth. That's Ophiel. Here, that's full egg. Oh, that's Haggoth. There we go. She's still alive. There we go. Somebody else in here? There it is. Okay, there's a ring here I need. Alright, so we need to go that way. Oh, hello! Have a good rest of your night, Toonami. Thanks for hanging out, buddy. Sleep well. See you next time. Yeah, thanks for hanging out, dude. Appreciate you. There's 2 nurses there. There's a camera. Alright, another room here. There we go. Alright, this time we gotta use a screwdriver. Alright. Oh, hello. There we go. Alright, we go to the elevator. There's something I'm missing. Oh, here. No, that's not right. Do I have to use the camera? I guess I do. No, I'm getting my pictures mixed up. That's what it is. There we go. Jeez. Get my wires crossed. Perfect. Alright, then I gotta go to the first floor again, because that bird cage is unlocked. You know, I keep going to this room, I don't mean to. Yeah, I always go into the wrong room. There we go. This door here. I think I'm gonna put the rifle on for the rest of the playthrough. There we go. They do a pretty reasonable bit of damage to me. Alright, here's the fridge. Whoops. Kills him in 2 hits. I think there's another one in there. I can still hear the static. Yeah, he's right there. My handgun bullets, a health drink, and then there's those jelly beans in here. There's the key of Bethor. So now we just gotta get out of this room. The Ankh is there. Turn up the generator. I think it's this hallway here. Yeah, it is. No, he just straight up just fucking kills him. The warp door should be this one. Oh boy! Oh, took care of them pretty easy. Alright, now I gotta make it back to the elevator. Actually no, it's this door here. This door where I need to go. Okay. Get those 5 into the room, and we should really just fight the final boss, which is going to be Incubator. So it should be this door here. Yeah, here it is. Okay. So let's use the 5 items. Oh. I guess I'm not close enough. Alright, let's try that again. Hello? Whoops. There we go. Alright, I'll do the cutscene here, and then we'll go save and go fight the final boss. And then I guess we'll start doing our 10-star run. And our health is pretty good. And we have 118 rifle shots. Yeah, I think we're going to be fine. Alright, so whenever I kill her, I will go do the... I'll let the ending play, because I don't think you can skip that either. Uh-oh, here she comes. Yeah, she's already almost got me killed. Gee, mini. How's my health looking? Yeah, whenever she zaps you once, all you gotta do is just heal, and then you should be fine. There she goes. Alright. She's dead. That's the bad ending. So, I know what's supposed to happen for this ending, but... Daddy.
Cheryl!
Thank you, Daddy.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Alright, so I know this is supposed to be like the worst ending.
Can't leave like this. This can't be happening. Cheryl! Cheryl!
Hey Raiders, what's going on? Hey Ragnats. We just finished a bad ending of this game, so if everybody's avoiding spoilers for this, you might want to do that now. Yeah, it's just credits this time. How's this going, guys? Welcome on in. If you guys don't know me, my name is JB Retro. We're playing some Silent Hill. We just got done with the bad ending, which is the last ending I actually need before we start doing our 10-star run. Tell me about your stream, dude. What are you playing? Also, Peter Music, welcome on in, dude. Yeah, there is one particular thing about this ending that's going to be a bit of a spoiler, but it's the worst ending, so it's not canon. Tell me about Yakuza Like a Dragon, dude. How was that today? Yeah, we have a post-credit scene that you'll get to see. But yeah, we've been going through this game on Retro Achievements trying to get all of the endings, and we have all the endings now. We are going to try to get the next achievement, which is supposed to be the 10-star run, which is going to be pretty tough. Yeah, we're going to be on playthrough number 5. Or, I guess on number 6, actually. Okay, I think this song is different. Yeah, tell me about it. Yeah, hope you got a good stream, dude. Yeah, if you guys haven't followed Ragnats, he frequents in here. It's really cool. Yesterday I played and did a bunch of gambling. Today I did the opposite and did heavy plot. I know that Yakuza, of course it's like being like a Yakuza game. I figured the gambling would be pretty heavy. Boy, was the plot heavy. So I've had a lot of people say that whenever the plot gets really good in Yakuza, it's like immaculate. So I'm excited to eventually try to play those games. But you already know how the backlog is always going to be. I will remember, if anybody does need to go ahead and raid and run for the night, if anybody needs to go ahead and, I know it's like 2 in the morning, so if anybody needs to go ahead and bow out and take care of yourself, I'd love for you to do that, dude. Yeah, thank you again for bringing the community over here, dude. Yeah, hopefully I had a good time watching Ragnats play that game. We're going to be going for a bit of a slower pace. We're going to be doing the, we're going to do the 10-star run, which is going to probably involve me pausing a lot, because we're going to go a video by video step. It's going really well, man. We have our application sent in as of Wednesday the 1st. So it's been about 10 or 11 days, which, you know, they say they wait about 2 weeks. So I'm okay with that. Other than that, yeah, we have our application in, dude. It's been wonderful having everybody's support. I appreciate your support as well, man. Yeah, so we've been kind of just, you know, playing our normal retro achievement game, biding our time. Thank you, I appreciate that. I hope I got it. I tell you what, though, it is nerve-wracking, though. Like, it's really nerve-wracking. Okay, let's see what the ending looks like. I already know what it is. So if you guys don't understand, I'll explain what it is. Yeah, nothing. All that happened in his head. He died of a brain bleed. Yeah, he died in that crash. That's what the bad ending is. Anyways. Yep, that's the bad ending. Esperandote. So yeah, we just got the bad ending on any difficulty.